In the year 2080, the world has changed, and it keeps slipping farther into the ivory shadows. Welcome to the Sixth World.
Good evening, and welcome to the Sixth World. This, my friends, is Shadowrun. We are the Crypt. We are here to tell you a story about the future. So, my friends, disable your firewall and prepare to enter into hot simulation mode so your browsing experience can be enjoyed to its fullest. It's time to jack into the Matrix. Before we jump into tonight's episode 2 of Shadowrun, right here at Proficiency Bonus, I want to thank Twitch, Streamlabs, Team MZ, Many-Sided Dice, and, of course, our friends at Little Dragon Corp for all their awesome and amazing RPG dice and apparel. Man, you got to check them out. If you type in !Little Dragon into the chat, you'll get a quick link to their website where you can order some of those things. And if you type in the coupon code BONUS at checkout, you'll get 10% off of your order. Tonight, unfortunately, we will be Sarah-less tonight for our episode of Shadowrun. Lady Valette got an urgent phone call on her comlink from one of her contacts. And Gearjammer had to make a special, I guess you would say, going off route a little bit to drop her off to meet with one of her contacts. She didn't give you too much information about it, but she told you, hey, she's got it covered. You don't got to worry about her. And you guys are pretty confident that she can handle herself. She's actually enjoying her time at PAX Unplugged this weekend, so we're actually all very jealous of her right now.
Yeah, super jealous.
So Sarah, have a good time. We hope you have a blast. Play a lot of games.
We miss you.
Make a lot of friends, and hey, while you're there, tell everybody to come and check out Proficiency Bonus. Hey!
There it is.
There it is. So, we do have a guest joining us tonight. Our overlord from chat. The original overlord, Stumpy. Jamie has joined us tonight. He will be our special guest, and we will get to introducing his character in just a little bit as he jumps into this mess we call Shadowrun here at Proficiency Bonus. Before we begin, though, we got to take a trip. Actually, we're going to hyperlink you to Cypher's YouTube channel, where she had just uploaded for your enjoyment a new recap video for you to enjoy.
But it's on private, so you get special encryption key. Not everybody gets to see this. Lucky.
Oh, you are lucky, live viewers tonight. You have the encryption key to enjoy this recap. So, hey, we're gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna patch you right in. Enjoy this video, folks.
Konnichiwa to Cypher desu.
It should be going.
久しぶりですね。みんな元気ですか？ただいま。お待たせしました。今日も秘密のエンクリプションキーゲッツだよ。ラッキー。そうですね。Last time we went to Payo-san's concert, I was doing a very good job being MC, DJ Solo, aka Kill Switch. Kill Switch was doing awesome DJ Solo stuff and was very good, did a really cool set. But, we went to Payo-san's concert to sabotage it because she did some very naughty things, did some very illegal drugs, did some not so good things with some executives of Kioni Entertainment. Not so good. We were in the party having a really good time. But then all my party was like, oh my god, let's all break into the control room and just, hack into it from there. And then that way we can get rid of the controller guy and we can, take over the world with the control room and make Payo-san pay. Chiga. I had to tell them many times. They did not listen, but eventually they listened. But I had to tell them many times, I don't need to break in physically into a control room. I can just think, because I'm a technomancer, and just go into the matrix, and then I make a little door in their encryption system. Then I make backdoor, and then I give myself admin access. While I mean admin access, I went in and edited all the files. I put in the secret video, and then while I was there, I ended up messing a little bit with Payo-san's audio devices. She had this audio thing that told her which measure and which steps to take. She was basically cheating her whole concert. It's worse than lip syncing. She was lip syncing, and obviously the lip syncing was not her voice, not her real voice. I'm pretty sure the voice she was using to sing was Sang-chan. So that's something Cypher will need to fix. I put it on a timer because it's not good to do when she's singing. It's good to do when she's dancing and there's no voices to stop it. While I'm in the Matrix, Jack created some pyrotechnic cool things for DJ Solo and, get the crowd hype. So he summoned a fire spirit. But that fire spirit told Jack that actually Payo-san had an air spirit watching over on the astral plane. Oh my goodness. So while I was in the Matrix, Gear Jammer noticed some drones flying around the concert with skulls painted on them. It was a little bit weird, and they kept following the group of us. So Gear Jammer hacked in and discovered they were spying on us. 失礼ね. But then everything went wrong because while he was doing his little Gear Jammer spy thing, the drone kicked him out. And I think he got a little bit of a headache. Then Killswitch decided to bring out his laser sword and kill all the drones with Gear Jammer. And while that's happening, the timer goes off and Payo's concert goes crazy and my ratings go so good. I had so many people watching my live stream. It was so great. Sabotage 大成功だった. よかった. But yeah, we all made it to the car and left. It was pretty good. Sabotage 大成功だった. よかった. でもね, job is not over. Not yet. There's still one more part to this job that I must do. So stay tuned. You're going to like it. 最後までついてこいよね. この後で楽しみください. イエイイエイ. それじゃ、またね.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that recap video from Cypher herself. She got you up to speed on their K-pop sabotage mission that they went on. Gear Jammer, you're currently driving back. Killswitch has been watching out the back of... What is it that you guys drive a Range Rover again? Is that what it is?
That's our nice vehicle that we take out in public.
Yeah, you guys... Killswitch is doing a pretty good job of watching out the back window, and he's making sure that you guys aren't being followed as you're leaving the concert hall. It took you a little bit of time to get out of there because there was a lot of traffic. Remember, you're in the middle of Mardi Gras, so when it comes to traffic and tourism and things like that, it's going crazy here in New Orleans. Even in the year 2080, this is still one of those celebrations that continues to go on. But you're able to get out of that traffic and make your way back towards your garage, where you do most of your work out of. Anybody want to do anything while you guys are in the car? You guys had just dropped off Lady Valette. She had an urgent phone call. Something had come up, and she needed to be dropped off. She reassured you that she would be okay, and you guys are headed back now. So it's the 4 of you remaining in the car.
For insomnia, I got 3 successes, no failures. Does that mean I'm good?
Good.
Did you go to sleep?
I don't know. I thought it's supposed to reset after each session, or is
Each
it
day.
each day? Okay,
Yeah, that
so I'll
one-
just save that one
Yeah,
then.
save that one. You can roll it again whenever you get to a point where we finish the day.
Okay.
Perfect.
I mean, you could take a nap in the car. It has been a long day for you.
Yeah, I think she'll take a nap in the car. That's actually a good idea. You guys woke her up so early. She was so grumpy. So actually, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you guys did wake her up early last episode. That's true.
I was very not happy that you guys woke me up too early. So I'm going to take a nap.
Cloppity's in chat. Hey, Cloppity, good to see you. So you guys are driving on back. Range Rover looking amazing as you guys are driving down the road in this fancy SUV. Anybody have anything they want to talk about, or we can?
I would definitely call up Jasper, see if he made it out okay.
Okay, calling up Jasper Smalls, right? That was his name.
Yep. Jasper Smalls.
So you dial him up. I guess this would probably be like maybe 20 to 30 minutes after the commotion had taken place at the concert. You see, as you dial him up on your comm link, do you want it to be something that's kind of a private conversation, or something that everybody else can see?
It actually would be, because I'm actually dressed as Killswitch, it would be an audio only call.
Okay, got you. Yeah,
So I have video muted.
Video's muted. There's no like hologram image of him that pops up or anything like that. You just hear the voice come over your comm link. Solo, is everything going okay? I mean, what? That was just crazy, man.
Yeah, man, that party got crazy. I don't even know what went down. I just went out to, chill for a bit, and it got crazy, man. It got great. You good, bro?
Yeah,
You good?
I'm fine. You didn't see the video?
The video? No, man. I went out. I left out real early.
You left out early. Oh yeah. Well, you did your thing, man. I tell you what, that was one of your best performances, I'd have to say.
I mean, what can I say? I do the best that I can. So, yeah, thanks for getting me on that set, man. Maybe pretty soon we can headline our own set.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can definitely hook something up here in the future. I tell you, I feel so bad that your awesomeness kind of got overshadowed by that garbage at the end. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I guess I should apologize to you a little bit, but I tell you what, there was some big wigs in that place tonight, and I think you made a really good impression. Unfortunately, everybody's going to talk about Payo and her problems.
See, you know what? I'm looking at the video now. Oh, it's popping up all types of notifications. I'm gonna go watch this video. It looks real crazy. Let me hit you back up.
Hey, it's not safe for work. Remember, it's not safe for work.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'll put the incognito filter over it.
All right, Solo, keep in touch.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Hang up fast. Okay. Well, at least my name's not too closely connected to that. So, hey, so Jack, you said you saw things back there that got a little hairy. You want to explain that, bro?
Yeah. So when I took a moment to do a bit of a sensing the things around me, I noticed this strange being floating around Singer.
You didn't smoke that stuff, did you?
I mean, not that I'm aware of.
Hotboxed. He got hotboxed.
Secondary smoke is dangerous. So, you know, people, if only everyone followed the rules, smoke outside.
Yeah.
As Jack says that, Gear lights up a cigar.
Yeah, how about you, Tink Tink? You seem to catch some of those audio video recording death drones. Get anything from that?
You guys do notice Gear Jammer has a little blood leaking out of his ear.
He did get a headache.
Yeah. Oh my god, it bleeds? Are you human?
Yes.
Oh.
This thing was following us. But someone got in and pushed me out. And sort of reach up and dab some of the blood. We'll heal.
Then you guys do know, I think Cypher did tell you that she deleted all the files and downloaded them.
Oh.
You were you were able to get a lot of files off of one of the...
They have very minimal footage of us because I deleted all of it and downloaded it.
Maybe we should have a little reading party then. See what they found on us.
Back to shop then.
Yeah, you should probably get a, screwdriver or a wrench for that oil leak over there.
Big puff of the cigar, looks back towards him.
Clouds of smoke into your face.
Man, you really need to work on your carburetor. Muffler's really, really jacked. No offense, Jack.
Hey, Victoria's in chat. Thanks a lot for the bits, Victoria. Oh man, so about this time, as you guys, Gear Jammer's enjoying this this smoke, you guys are beginning to pull up to the garage. Gear Jammer, someone is standing at the front door of your garage.
At the business entrance or at the carport
It's
entrance?
a carport entrance, like right in front of the garage door, and is looking awkwardly towards the garage door. And then as your headlights kind of pull in, you see this exactly what is in Jamie's video right now. you see your acquaintance, I'll call him, Wildfire, is just waving, and he's got like a black bag that he's holding on to in one of his hands, and he's just like waving towards the car as you pull up.
Looks like Supervillain's looking for a sleepover.
Hit the button to open the garage door and just point inside.
All of a sudden, the garage door starts to open behind you, Wildfire.
I'm gonna quickly turn around and scurry inside.
Scurries
And
inside.
hide behind something.
Yeah, the car pulls into the garage. The garage door lowers, and you guys begin to exit the Range Rover. Wirelessly, Gear Jammer lights up the place. And now, Wildfire, you're not so hidden now that these bright lights seem to be like dousing this place in this almost, the normal like garage fluorescent light glow that just seems to just beam throughout. Go ahead, Gear Jammer.
As Gear Jammer starts to get out of the car, he's going to look back over at Kill Switch. Tell Cypher. And then just get out and go start walking over to where Wildfire is.
How close of friends are we to Wildfire?
You're I wouldn't say you're like buddy like super close friends, but you're on like a working relationship level. Like you guys know he's a Shadowrunner, and he just typically runs with another group.
So basically we're competing for the same contracts in a
Not necessarily. Not
He
necessarily.
doesn't sign up for contracts all that often.
Yeah.
He's a contract intern.
Yeah, that's it.
He gets really skittish sometimes.
I'm keeping the mask on.
Yeah.
So, hey, buddy, what's your deal? You plan on staying long? Have you points to the back?
I mean, as long as it takes, really, I guess.
Did you?
What's his bag?
Yeah. What you need, buddy? What's going on? What's your story?
All right, so listen, a couple days ago, I was, minding my own business, walking down the alleyway and stuff, and then all of a sudden, these guys, they were chasing after me with batons. Well, the feds, they were chasing after me with batons, right?
Right, as they do.
Those electric batons, and they started beating the crap out of me. Okay.
He's like, you mean this one? As he pulls out an electric baton.
I jump back.
Too soon.
PTSD all of a sudden.
But I may or may not have summoned a fire spirit and set a whole alleyway on fire and ran away.
Yeah, you guys actually saw that on the news.
Jack. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well played.
Well, after that, I felt like people were watching me because they had to have been watching me at first, in the first place, to even know I was going to that alleyway. So then, I kind of told some spirits to help me out. I planned a night where I summoned them. I was like, hey, watch out for these drones or anything. Well, not really drones. I found out it was a drone afterwards. I said, watch out for anything that is watching me and destroy it. And then they destroyed it and they brought it to me, and it's this drone with a skull on it, and I toss it on the ground.
Yeah, it's basically it's the same drone that you guys have seen, but it's only half of it, the front half. The other half is missing, and it looks like it's been burnt and torched off.
Cypher's still in the rover sleeping.
If Kill Switch's glasses didn't have the battery die, there would be just 2 question marks. Just statements. So you brought it back here.
Well, yeah, because my good buddy, my great friend Gearjammer, he knows everything about drones. So I figured if I had a drone problem, I'd just come straight to the man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, great friend.
Great friend, fantastic.
Wipe some more blood from his ear.
What did I tell you about oil leaks in the garage?
Put the cap on.
Put some duct tape on it and keep on moving. Right? We might need to check up on this little tink. You think you can pull anything from it?
Cannot hurt to try.
Alright.
Michael, don't I have 5 files from the drone that were extra?
You do.
Okay.
Gearjammer's gonna pick this up and see. I know you said it looks badly damaged. Are any of the ports or anything on this thing still active? Does it look like there's... do I think I'd be able to do anything with what's left of this?
You think you might be able to, but it'd be very difficult. This thing looks like shit.
Even Discord says, whoa, wait a minute, we know who you are.
PG, Michael.
Nailed it.
It looks like basically the thing almost exploded from the inside and just pieces and shards going everywhere. It's only it's just half of it. Yeah, there's gears and mechanics just hanging out the back of it, just the guts of it just hanging out. Pieces of the mechanics are torched and burnt and melted.
Oh god.
Rightfully so.
Yeah. I'm gonna walk over to Gearjammer and pat him on the back and say, It's a shame what he did to your cousin.
I'm literally just going to turn and sort of walk through him and just take the drone back to my workbench and see what I can try to do with it.
Is the garage door closed now?
It is, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I would take off my mask as soon as I'm not on the street anymore.
Okay, cool.
Hmm.
Ugh.
Oh, you got a shave there. Nice.
Yeah, what does he look like underneath?
Not me.
No,
He doesn't look like me at all. I didn't have time to go get like prosthetic teeth or whatever. He's got 2 tusks coming out from the bottom of his jaw, basically,
Oh.
and little like splinters coming off. Like look like a beard, but it's just like splinters poking up.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Did
what?
you get a shave?
What meta type is Wildfire again?
He's a troll.
He's a troll.
Oh.
Hmm. Hmm.
Which is why Wildfire and Gear Jammer have this little kind of like mutual connection, being both trolls. So.
Hmm.
Just let's not say that to Gear Jammer.
That's it.
Let's see what's happening here. They're both the same make and model.
Start rubbing that leg. So we should pull that shotgun out right now.
So now you
Bring it
guys.
back over to my bench and see what I can figure out on it.
Okay, so what exactly would you like to do to it, Gear Jammer? As you're sitting there, you've got this thing on your workbench.
I'm gonna see it. Is there anywhere to like try to pull any of the data that it was carrying off of?
Yeah, you could probably try to plug in. You could probably try to like connect your comm link or some other kind of a device that you have to it to see if you can kind of pull something off, or maybe just you think maybe like a direct cable plugged into it and plugged into your what did you say that you use for controlling your drones again? It's called an RCC, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, it's in your head.
Yep.
Do you have a jack in your head that you can plug it into?
Yep.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, so
Cybernetic skull.
so he can basically just.
Sorry, MG.
Oh,
Yeah, MG.
So looking straight at looking straight over kill switch. He's gonna go in, plug a wire into one end of the thing. Look at him, take the other end of the wire, and jab it right into that ear.
Oh.
Want to have that be where the port is.
Actually, you know what? Gear Jammer, I think your RCC has like a cable that just like comes out of your head. Like you can just go zzz, like this and then plug it directly
Yeah, that
into
works.
things. Like it has like a zip cable in there, like, and then you can plug it right in. So you plug it in. I guess this would be I guess since you're not really like, this isn't really like Matrix related, would this be, there's like an electronics skill that you might have?
There's electronics.
There's electronics, there's engineering.
And engineering.
Engineering
Probably
had
electronics.
drone mechanic, so maybe under engineering.
Yeah, you're not really trying to fix it. You're going for files, right?
Yeah, this will be
I
electronics.
see that. I think this would be more electronic, and I guess it would be your maybe logic
Yep.
attribute.
Oh, okay.
Here, I'll fight it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is logic. Because I have that too. It's electronics plus logic.
Yeah. So,
Oh,
so you're
okay.
gonna make an electronic plus logic roll to see if you can see if there's anything on this. And see what you can pull out.
Let's see here.
oh man, I really hope you figure out something.
Wildfire's like looking over your shoulder while you're doing this. He's like,
Did you try plugging it into the other end?
That is
Turning it
4
off?
successes, no fails.
4 successes, no fails.
Yep.
Bro,
Very-
he's a genius.
Very nice. There's a reason Wildfire brought that thing to you.
Right.
As you're going through it, it seems like there are a few file folders on here. Some of them of which have been damaged because their internal components have been destroyed. The only way probably to recover them would be able to, you know, find another source in which these files are located on to be able to download them. You do find 2 file folders. One is interesting. It's titled Wildfire. And when you take a look inside the file folder, it's actually a bunch of video clips of Wildfire himself. Basically, this thing has been spying on him for a number of days and taking video footage of him when he had no idea it was there. Apparently, these cameras can also zoom in from very long range. They actually you can actually like tailor back and you can see like it was actually there the night he got into this fight in the alleyway, and you can see that he totally ignited the entire alleyway and scared the crap out of 2. Basically, they're called Lone Star policemen that basically tried to take him under custody. They were beating the snot out of him with shock batons, and then he just went ape on them and just conjured this massive fire spirit that scared the bejesus out of them, and then burnt down the entire. It started to catch the other complexes on fire as well. They had to call out so many different fire trucks and safety patrols and stuff. Man, it was crazy. But you got video footage off of this drone from it, and it seems like a lot of this is showcasing Wildfire's abilities and what he can do. Throughout the video, you can see that Wildfire is pretty reckless.
Quick question: Does Windows 95 over there have like a projector unit? Are we seeing what he's seeing?
Wow.
Do you have a projector unit, Gear Jammer? Your Windows?
Windows 95 apply to Jack.
That's definitely
Windows 98 because 95 worked better.
He's just AOL, man. He's just
Welcome.
AOL and BlackBerry.
Yep.
I would assume so. I mean, I spent $40,000 on my RCP unit, so or something like that.
I would say if you wanted to show them this, you could project it.
Sure.
I don't.
Yeah, open his mouth.
Can you describe how this works? Because I'm curious.
Okay, so we'll assume, given that everything is in my head, just let's see. How would you feel about it being the right eye?
Sure, sounds good to me.
Just all of a sudden, just as he's watches, just closes his left eye and tries to open his right eye like really wide, like uncomfortably wide, and then looks at the wall.
Well, the cool thing about
And
it,
all of a
Gear
sudden-
Jammer, is since you spent so much money on this unit, it's actually not just like a flat screen on the wall. It's actually like almost like a 3D hologram of video.
Oh,
So as you
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Gear Jammer waits. He goes, okay, let's jump back to footage to right before we can see these guys just start beating on Wildfire.
Can you just rewind where they? Can we play that again? Can we rewind right there?
It's like
Can we
you
keep
see,
playing?
it's like this patrolman like beating down on Wildfire. Wildfire's going like this, and then it just backs up and does it again, and then backs up and does it again, and backs up, and
As
does it
they
again.
like pause it, I'm like, see that guy right there? That's me. You might be wondering how I got in this.
Amazing. Yeah, so you guys are watching this video. You also see that these Lone Star patrolmen, they were actually on call for something totally different. But for some reason, there's records in this document or this folder that actually indicates that there was a call into Lone Star, specifically giving them a description of Wildfire to basically falsify this and make them go after him for no reason whatsoever. Basically, they're trying to pin something on Wildfire. But in the process, they got all this video. Also, you notice there's some other file folders, some that have been destroyed, but there is a file folder that actually has a It's the file folder is called Target 1, and there is an individual that they actually one of the specific Lone Star patrolmen that was there that night. His name is Chuck Lagasse, and they have like file folder and description on him within there. Like they talk about, you know, where he went, where it was, you know, some of his personal information. They've got some of his files from Lone Star. Apparently he was on probation for a little while for basically being overly aggressive with somebody that who was pulling in to custody. But there's all this information about it. You actually even get you know, the precinct that he works for and where he works and things like that, the address of the facility. So it appears that whoever's running this drone was taking careful consideration to this Lone Star patrolman as well.
And we saw in the video he got away, or did he die in the massive fire of death?
He did get away. Both got away, but they were running in terror away from this. Basically, imagine like a fire elemental chasing them down the street.
That's really easy to envision.
Wildfire didn't give the spirit the command to like kill them or anything. He was basically just setting up a distraction, which he did very successfully.
What's the guy's name again?
Chuck Lagasse.
Chuck Lagasse.
Huh.
And he's just basically a basic patrolman for Lone Star.
So, buddy, you got any enemies in the patrol force?
I mean, you know, being me, I have plenty of enemies. I don't really know all of them. I mean, you know, it happens. Well, water spirits just absolutely hate me, 100%. All of them, every single one. They all hate me.
You have any IDs? You're gonna probably have to lay low for a bit. Switch this, gonna stick a hand out. Come on. You're old enough to have an ID, right?
I mean, I probably would take out like a handful of just random IDs of like random people that I've probably stolen.
Yeah. Hand you a bunch of random IDs.
How good's the quality of these IDs?
I would say probably the best one would be like a rating 3. Most of them are rating 1s, like Jack Smith. You know,
uncreative.
Yeah.
All right.
Michael West. Just
you should go with this one. Give you back the 3.
Okay. Sounds good to me. I mean,
so you're looking to lay low here.
It's not really like my thing to lay low. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was hoping to like take care of the problem right now. Like,
same people look at wildfires. Look at us.
Well, yeah. Now if they're still watching me, you know, like you guys are a part of it now. Wait, they could be watching me right now.
Wow.
A little too late, but okay.
Gear Jammer, there is one file folder that for some reason you are unable to open, and you're not really sure if it's because it's damaged or not, but it's actually a file folder that says Ares on it. ARES. And you guys would recognize that as a mega corporation.
Lip.
Oh gosh.
Air Jammer immediately turns and looks at the basically tank that is sitting in the spot next to the Range Rover, which is the Ares Roadmaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same.
It has all the weapons and everything else on
file
it.
folder has the same logo on it as your weapons that you use and love.
Everybody's looking at this really nice tank. I like it.
Do you remember how we acquired this vehicle?
Duh.
This isn't going to be an easy mission.
It was quite a day.
Did you steal it?
No. We did not.
I will go get Cypher. I believe we will need her to access this.
Absolutely.
And Gearjammer's going to walk over to the Range Rover, look in. Is Cypher still asleep?
Cypher still sleeping.
Grab the side of it and just start rocking it.
The whole Range Rover moves back and forth.
I'm awake! I swing open the door. Why are you so rude?
Hello.
Just hold up the other half of the drone.
Oh. Hi, Wildfire!
Hello.
久しぶりですね。元気ですか?
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, that's good. What's this one? Why do you have this one?
Oh, I broke that. I mean, one of my friends broke that. Yep.
This looks like the one that was following us, yes?
Yeah, exactly like it. Seems like it's following this one here.
But
that's rude.
Gearjammer will play the video from the beating in the fire again.
Watch this part.
Okay, I know you guys are enjoying this right now, but it really hurt. It really hurt a lot.
Are you okay?
I mean, I'm fine now, but it hurt then, like in the moment.
Yeah.
So I'm just like petting him, like, oh, poor thing.
Yeah, pride is a real weak bone.
There is file on this. I cannot open.
Oh!
There's
Actually, I actually have 5 files downloaded from previous drone on my Matrix system.
The one of each of us.
Yes, well, there was that. I deleted all that and I downloaded that, but there was 5 extra files that were not ours.
Oh.
Well, any eddies?
I don't know. I haven't looked. I was a little bit busy trying to get away.
We'll plug it into the family projector. Let's see it.
Okay. 1 second.
So I guess I momentarily go into the Matrix.
You would have to hack into Gearjammer's mind to protect it.
I just
files.
Get to Cypher.
She doesn't have a port. Her mentality would just go into your RCC.
Jesus, all of us are Siri.
Okay, well, first of all, she would go into the Matrix, go into her encrypted file folder, take out the folders.
Okay.
And uplink them into our comms link.
Okay, yeah.
And then I would go into Gearjammer's RC thing and see what I can do. So I don't know what roles I need to roll for this.
First thing you tell is Gearjammer needs to clean up his digital space. I mean, it's a mess in here. He's got
so annoying.
He's got tools laying everywhere in this digital space of his.
And this is playing in the background the entire time.
You're like, what is this guy? I mean, oh my.
It needs a noise filter.
Did someone say no?
No.
So you are basically in his mind, basically displaying through his projector what everybody will see. One of the file folders is a folder that does have the Ares logo on it, and it does look like you are able to access it and open it. But it's kind of like it's a larger folder that has other folders inside of it. And there are some other folders that are located within this Ares folder. One of the folders is labeled Bones. And one of the folders is labeled Dr. Jennings. As you take a glimpse through one of the folders, which folder would you like to take a glimpse through.
Christy's going to meta and say bones.
Bones, okay. Meta.
Hey, I'm admitting it. I'm metagaming right now.
As you open this folder, it's strange. It gets strangely glitchy and staticky, and there's this strange logo of a skull that appears starting to flash almost digitally in front of everybody. And then all of a sudden, this big floating area warning symbol like floats in 3D space in front of everybody and says access denied. And then the skull just kind of explodes into this weird matrixy digits as they fly across the room, and then it just goes black.
Divers never cease to blow my mind. How they do all the cool stuff.
Question. Would I be familiar with the logo?
The skull image is
yes.
close.
Or is it like, because there was the skull image that we saw on the drone,
yes.
But then there's also another skull that you were talking about before that we couldn't identify the source to.
I don't remember which
Was that
skull
the same
image
thing?
was that.
I think it was the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like the graffiti. We were doing graffiti search. Oh no, it was for the same thing. Never mind. Just kidding.
Yeah. The skull image does look as if the people who painted the drones don't seem to have the aesthetic talent to be able to mimic it perfectly, but it does look like it's a close representation to what's on the front of the drones.
These folks are amateurs.
Do I think it just did a self-destruct thing?
You think so? You think that this file had some kind of protection on it that it decided
undo.
So that's just one folder. Could I go to the folders that I downloaded?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, one of
attempt
them
it
was
more
the
carefully?
Ares, but there's 4 others. Yeah.
Yeah, so could I start like trying to do this a little like not brute force, just try and find a way to give myself like admin access, try and break around the encryption?
Sure. The way that I'm trying to rule this is like all your rules from before, like to download them or what you needed to get access to all this information. So there's not really any rules involved with this.
Okay.
It's just kind of like these are what you have access to and you can open them.
Gotcha.
For some reason, there was something about this folder that would not let you have access to it. There was something beyond it that was really well hidden and also
even like beyond Cypher's capabilities
currently.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha. That's fair.
But there is that other folder in there, the Dr. Jennings folder.
I will open that one next.
You open that one, and this is actually who this drone is basically registered to.
Is this the drone that Wildfire brought in?
No, this is.
Or is this the drone from
this is
the
your
party?
drone because it's your files. Yeah.
From my files. Yep. Gotcha.
And this folder is located in here. It's Dr. Kevin Jennings is his name. He actually lives in a place called MiniPalace. It's a place with really ritzy condos. It's a really tall skyscraper in downtown New Orleans. And it's an upscale place. Like, you have to have a lot of money to live here. Talk about luxury lifestyle. This is one of those places. He lives in apartment number 162 on the 16th floor.
Damn.
There's a lot of information about him. He's single. He's young. He's rich. He's probably in his really late 20s, early 30s. He is actually hired. He's working commission through Ares company right now. He is a specialist in basically his forte is making sure that the human body accepts technological implants and cybernetics. So basically his job is to make sure that the actual physical body accepts these mechanical additions. Like that's part of his forte. That's what he's been trained in.
So like tricking the body into not rejecting it, basically.
Basically, yes. Doing the science behind
Gotcha.
how do I make sure
Yeah.
that the body accept this implant or cybernetic leg and things like that.
Right.
So
right.
he has a lot of knowledge in that.
Are these files projected for everyone to see?
I would assume that she is doing that.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Because Cypher's not there. Like she's in the Matrix doing this.
I would like to get my optics link and start building a dating profile of this guy. And I'm just gonna start sending it out. But the image of him is gonna be of Bugs Bunny. And I'm just gonna send it out to anybody who is looking for a date tonight.
Catfishing.
So basically, you're creating a fake profile of this guy using a Bugs Bunny profile picture. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a real graffiti like Bugs Bunny, and I'm just gonna send it out to any person who might be interested in a wealthy man for a date tonight.
Oh my gosh! Within like I would say even less than 3 minutes, you start getting pings on your comm link connected to this fake profile. You get these bing, 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 bing.
I start sending messages to random people, being like, "Hey, meet me at my place," and sending the address.
Okay. You get a couple of you get a couple of the pings when you open them up. They're like, "Pics, please."
I'm going to take my cyber paint, and I'm gonna try and on one of the walls draw the skull.
Okay.
And then take a picture of it, and I want to send that to them.
You're sending that to the people that are responding to this profile?
Yep.
Okay. You freak a lot of young ladies and gentlemen out. And they honestly, legitly think they're going to get a date with a rich doctor.
And they see a skull.
And then they see a skull. Replied. One particular young lady sent the phrase "pics, please," and then you send this skull. She's like, "You're gross." and then like it's immediate, like they had clicked like follow the profile, but then immediately you get a bunch of unfollows. Like you see your number of follows go drastically down in the span of 5 minutes.
Huh. Well, hopefully somebody will pick it up.
Put yourself on there. You should.
But the other file folders that are on this, you get a variety. There is somebody named, there's a folder named Ricochet. And you watch some more videos, it appears that it's another Shadowrunner. Somebody who's...
What, does this one get beat up?
It does look like it's in combat, but it does not look like it gets beat up. It actually has this massive like rifle, and it's like taking out these what looks to be like corporate goons that seem to be, well clad with machine guns and stuff, and this guy's just taking them out. He does have other Shadowrunners with him, but they're really hard to see. It seems like this video is only focused on this individual Ricochet. Just kind of zooming in on his face, there's a couple different encounters. He gets into a fight with a bunch of gangbangers and stuff like that, and things of that nature. There is an individual, Roby Rickenbacker is another folder that you get. He seems to be a simple security guard that works by the docks. You get a profile of him as well. He's married, has a few children. Nothing real interesting about this guy. It's strange. Nothing really stands out other than the fact that he was in a car accident 3 years ago, and the company paid for him to. He lost his left leg, and the company paid for him to get a cybernetic leg. You also have a file folder from a woman named Wendy Green Flame Wells. She is a woman who rides on a bright green Kawasaki Ninja, and you actually have the VIN number to that vehicle in this file, and all the enhancements that are made to it. It actually has secret compartments that have machine guns that pop out the side. It is she.
I'm immediately with the gear jammer. I want
on the screen.
Gear
Gear Jammer starts calling over towards Cypher. Oh, picture of the bike. Yeah.
Okay, here.
They zoom. They
Send pics.
They zoom in, and it's like, imagine like this bike just rotating in a slow circular motion as these guys are just drooling over this bike.
And then I take it away.
Oh no! I look over at Gear Jammer and point.
I'm assuming the picture goes with him as he turns his head, looks over at his Harley Scorpion in the corner that he still hasn't had the chance to fix up.
She is actually has an interesting file. She's actually a go ganger, meaning she's part of a biker gang. And the biker gang is called the Silver Knuckles gang. They like to put a hurting on people with brass knuckles and silver knuckles. So they she is interesting because what part of her profile that stands out is her hand is actually, her right hand is a cybernetic hand.
So it seems that these folks are clients of Ares Tech.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Gear Jammer, do you register any of your parts from anywhere?
Who, me?
No, Mr. Game Master. Given my primary ID is literally my ID.
Did he make all of his stuff? Did he build himself?
You probably wouldn't register your items. They would probably be unregistered.
Okay.
Were they imported? Were they bought? Or were they builded together? Are you an Amazon Prime or are you a homebrew tank?
This was little bit Dr. A, little bit Dr. B.
Huh.
Little bit Dr. Quack.
The last file that's on your grouping is a woman named Katarina Harris. She is actually a business exec for Ares. And the connection with her too is she also has implanted cybernetics. She has actually cybernetics implanted into her vision to help her with sight. She spent most of her early years blind.
Oh,
and
that makes sense.
Due to some of these upgrades and mechanical upgrades, she was able to see again.
It's just like a Rolodex or an invoicing system, or
not all bad.
Yeah, is there any invoices? Any sort of payment that goes left or right?
Invoices for what? For the merchandise that they got?
Yeah, do we see if there's any client invoicing?
There doesn't seem to be on this drone. It seems like this is more like kind of like a surveillance drone. It seems like it was just basically just what it could gather, and it doesn't look like it's been gathering information for an extended period of time. Maybe this has only been for like maybe a couple weeks. But this is what it could gather within that time frame.
Wait a second. I'm gonna look at Wildfire, walk around him once. Do you got any tinks on you? Getting real close to your face.
I mean, this thing, I made this thing here.
There's nothing.
He means like this, and Gear Jammer pointed his jaw on his leg. Seeing Wildfire seems confused and will then point at the arm and pop open the arm.
Yeah, Gear Jammer is basically half robot. he's showing.
I'm really just me. I mean, I have a like, you know, I didn't really modify anything. I don't believe in that kind of stuff. No,
That's Jack applauds.
no offense. Like,
Gear Jammer's gonna walk over and sort of like grab hold the back of his arm in the front and try to like peel his bicep open. Not like real hard, just like, you know.
Just fleshy mass right there. That's all.
It's really burned. If you see my skin, it's really burned, except for my face.
Yeah.
Alright, so why would Ares Tech be interested in you?
And us.
Well,
Good
I
question.
mean, he just kind of slowly points at Gear Jammer.
Well, see, like, you know, I came here to
but they
figure that out.
They were following all of us, though. Your jammer makes sense, but why the rest of us?
Yeah. I'm not even a potential customer.
Right.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, let's be honest, Jack. You literally look like a walking robot.
That's true. You're awkwardly perfect. Wow.
And I don't know, Cypher, did you get any pings on your notoriety in the system? Anybody pick up on you hacking into any system?
Oh, that's something I forgot to do. BRB, and I go back into the Matrix.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Like clean up a trail or something?
Yep, I'm gonna do a complex cleaner form.
Okay. Perfect. Do you have to roll for that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Forgot to log out of it. Whatever.
She logs immediately back in and goes to try to clean up all the mess that she made.
Clear history! Clear history!
Delete.
So I just need to make an electronics and residence test. Each hit reduces your Overwatch score by 1.
Okay. Did you accumulate any Overwatch from last time?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. I have 6.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm at 20.
And I can't help you on that.
Yeah. Oh gosh. I don't know, bud. Maybe we need to just build you a new body. You still have a soul, right?
Oh my god, I have to roll so much dice!
Hey, that's the joy of
Gear Jammer's gonna lift
Shadowrun.
up his foot
Yeah, that's the whole point.
and point at the bottom of his shoe. Soul?
Nice.
I have to roll 2
Don't
more.
get your soul on this floor, just mop it.
And while Cypher's in there, Gear Jammer's gonna look over at Wildfire, Jack, and Killswitch. Stop it. Perhaps
Is a hit
information.
is a hit of 5 and 6 or just 6?
5 and 6.
5 and 6.
Yep.
5.
Or USN?
Yeah, what was that?
Perhaps we need to go speak to this doctor.
I kind of hate doctors, but I mean, if you really want to talk to them, I'm cool with that.
Seems harmless, right?
Easy enough to get to. Just 16th floor.
Oh yeah, we know where he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. No problem at all. I'm pretty sure he would enjoy the visitors that will come following after us. Still just on the dating site. Yes.
My Overwatch is done.
It's out? You got them all?
It's out.
Oh.
I got 6 successes, 1 failure.
She cleaned out her matrixy residue that she left while she was there. And now she is no longer on the radar, so to speak, from the Overwatch.
Hell yeah.
So as you were cleaning up, they were discussing going to visit this doctor.
Oh. I am back, sorry. Everything's good. No one knows I was there.
Welcome back.
Hello.
So who would be
If I think you
going
go and
to...
see to talk to doctor.
Well, V Senpai is not here, and she usually does all the talking.
But she does not have, and just starts gestures at Olive himself.
So you want to go walking in there? That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
He would look like he
Mr.
belongs.
Yeah, but Mr. Roboto, your items would need to be registered when you walk in and to a doctor's office.
But Doctor no.
This isn't technically the address that you got wasn't a doctor's office. This was actually his place of residence.
His house.
It's his This is the condo in which he lives in.
So what if we just break into his back door, like back window? You know what I'm saying? Climb up the side of the wall, break in, set things on fire
on the 16th floor.
Yeah.
I love that idea. Let's do that one.
Open
I don't do well with heights. I don't want to climb.
All right, new plan. What if we just set the whole building on fire, and while they're all leaving the building, we just wait for him in the crowd?
You know, Wildfire, I knew there was a reason why I liked you.
Gear Jammer's gonna open a compartment on the front of his forearm, point up at the ceiling, and fire a grapple line.
It sticks into the ceiling.
And then start pulling himself up.
Gear Jammer is currently hanging 16 feet in the air of his garage.
This is no time for Cirque du Soleil, Domo Regato. I'm down.
You really did have a bunch of money to spend, didn't you?
Man, I got tricks on my character sheet you ain't even seen yet.
Oh no.
So we're going to just sneak into this man's place, tie him up, get answers from him, get out before anybody comes. I'm cool with that.
Sure. Yep.
Seems safe.
One problem,
Hey,
I'm not good at sneaking, really. I'll try it, you know? I'll do my best.
You will be hanging from side of building.
No.
It's okay.
I don't
it's okay.
want to.
I'll be right here if anything happens.
No, I'm very squishy.
I'm squishy too.
Cypher.
And you guys all remember
How
that video
about-
you saw of Wildfire as he says that.
Yes.
Cypher, how's about he just grabs Paco Disco? How's about you just have a friend that you see in on and you can keep an eye on this one?
So you want me to come but not come, right?
It's the safest.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's probably not a good idea.
What?
I was gonna say I can make you levitate, but that's still you flying in the air.
Oh, that's too high. I don't want to.
Yeah.
No. We go up. Once up, I fire rope down, she tie, pull up.
Or you just float with Paco Disco, you turn off the lights, we jump in, we tie him up. You take a good nap when everything's done.
Wait, we're doing this tonight?
No better time than the present, I guess.
But I want to sleep more.
It's late.
There's no sleep for a Shadowrunner.
We just got back from a concert. I'm tired. You know how much energy you have to give when you're an MC? You should know. You should be tired.
It's probably about.
You know,
It is probably about 1
a.m.
a.m. right now. It's probably pretty late.
Yeah,
Long past my bedtime.
I'm walking. I've been awake for like 2 days. I've been trying to get here, you know.
Wildfire
I'm cool with
gets
sleep.
it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cypher.
I win.
Sleep.
And now we sleep.
Heck yeah, what she said.
If we sleep, then we don't do this until tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the morning. We do it in broad daylight. It'll be pretty obvious that we're breaking into somebody's apartment.
Fine, that's fine by me. I can sleep for 16 hours if my body lets me.
And I can sleep for a solid 8, like a normal.
Suppose we can all recharge, I guess.
Perhaps I can fix myself.
Yeah, plug yourself in. Your battery's low.
That's amazing.
You really need to clean up your digital space. All the folders are so messy and noisy. So if you're cleaning up, maybe do that too. Okay, good night, Lazy.
So are you guys gonna stay here for the evening at Gear Jammer's place? Or you guys all want him to basically give you a ride home for a night and reconvene?
How
I'd
far
like to
is the
sleep in my
apartment
own bed,
from
but,
the?
you know.
Yeah, how far is our apartment from here?
How far is your apartment from here?
Yeah.
I think,
Yeah.
what did we say? It was like a 10-20 minute drive?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, across town.
So I was gonna say I can maybe just use the car as a car and get keys and just drive us home.
Okay, let's go.
See, not all of us need to plug into a car and flirt with it to get somewhere.
Wait, people let you guys drive cars? Lucky.
How old are you?
It's not. It's not that I'm not old enough. It's just every time I've driven a car, I've crashed it and caught it on fire somehow. I didn't mean to. It just happens and it explodes randomly. You know.
So why don't you spend a night over here at Grandfather Clock's house?
Who's grandfather Clark? I don't know that code name.
I don't know that
To
code.
the big robot that's standing next to you.
Oh, you're talking about Gear Jammer. I get it. Yep.
He could sleep on the couch, in the break room.
Kill switch, if you don't hurry up, I'm going to drive myself.
Fine. I want to get in the car.
So are you taking the Range Rover now with...
Oh yeah, roll down the window.
Okay.
Hey, Jack, do you need a ride?
Sure, I was gonna take the bus, but this sounds a bit late. You know?
Hop in, losers. We're going to bed.
Kill switch, read.
You're just gonna look over at Wildfire and then look back at the three fools.
Lazy, matashita ne.
Kill switch like immediately
Yeah,
goes for the
bye.
volume and cranks it onto like 12.
All the way.
Oh,
The rest of the neighborhood doesn't sleep for the rest of the
that's
night.
it. And you just hear the wheels just out of the garage as this bass is like thumping down the road.
Oh no.
I think the
Takes off.
speed limit here is 35.
The
Yep,
minute he turns out of the
53.
garage,
This is why
I'm
I
gonna
should be
remote check into the
driving.
car.
Oh god.
Oh no!
You're taking over the car?
The minute he's around the corner, I'm jacking back into my car.
Oh yeah. So your subconscious, your consciousness now is in the Range Rover. You are actually you are basically the car. It's-
Now, I would know where they live, so is they're coming up to an intersection like a block or two before they need to take a turn?
yeah.
Gonna take a turn the other direction, because if they have to go right, I'm gonna come to an intersection, just slam left.
Okay.
So the car is now
projecting?
driving itself.
Are you like projecting a little map of what you're doing, so I can also watch what's happening?
He could,
Sure, why not?
He could. Yeah.
All right.
he's-
Oh, take another left. Take another left. It's so fun.
Kill switch! Stop it! We're supposed to go home and
He
sleep.
doesn't even have his hand on the wheel. It's just turning itself.
Okay, this is interesting.
What the?
Oh, if I'm
Okay,
going,
He
whatever.
better get out because if I have to go in there, he's going to get hurt.
Oh gosh. Okay. I'm gonna.
I'm going to group chat with Gearjammer and send him a message saying, "If you don't stop, I'm going to kick you out of your car, and it's going to hurt."
It's not only do you see it, but it's all the same message is displayed in the windshield, basically, of the car, as it's synced with pretty much everything.
Oh, you're gonna get in trouble.
I'm just gonna send a gif of the cat from Puss in Boots. Ooh.
Pulls over, parallel parks on the side street wherever they are. Disconnects from the car.
That was actually pretty good. I suck at parking.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was really.
It's easy to do when your legs are wheels.
yeah.
That would be a really weird sensation.
Yeah.
You're
That
in the
would be-
car and you're parking.
You are the car. Oh man, that
Thomas the tank engine. Like,
he just backs up. Just
Like the Cars movie. He's literally from the Cars movie.
there's one homeless guy like in a trench coat smoking a cigarette on the side of the road as he does this. He's like, "What? Man, I know I've seen it all now. Nobody parallel parks anymore." And he stands up and just walks down the streets.
It's out of fashion. No one parallel parks anymore.
With one car that's parked like this while all the other cars are parked.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Well, this has been a great life lessons in how to live in the 2019.
Please drive
but,
safely. Don't do what we're doing. If this is ever plausible in the future, do not do this.
Yeah, do not project your mind to do a vehicle someone else is controlling, because probably will not just let go of the wheel and go, I'm being messed with. I'm gonna fight.
So just kind of just for the sake of brevity here, you guys basically get back to your places of residence. You're able to get cozied up, tucked into bed, get well rested. How many people have damage that they're carrying with them? Is it just Gearjammer, or
I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
so the way
Just Gearjammer.
you're lucky because I believe it's all stun damage,
Oh,
correct?
Oh wait, no, I don't.
Incorrect, yeah. All mine was stun damage.
Okay. Yeah, yours was all healed by now, Wildfire,
Yeah.
from our little incident, your little incident from the other night. Stun damage is healed as you're going to roll body plus willpower once per hour. And you heal a box of stun damage. Each hit heals a box of stun damage after that hour of rest. So if you rest for an hour, you can roll that dice pool, and if you roll 3 hits, you heal 3 boxes. So this is an 8-hour rest. So I'm going to assume we don't have to roll, right? Is that you're going to take like a full night's rest?
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna see what I had to do to heal, so if it's just resting, then yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to say you don't have to roll because you're going to roll that many hits with that kind of dice pool, I believe. So you
never know.
That's literally 8 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it like
That's
there's a
body
thing
roll.
in here where you can buy hits. I'm gonna say that you just buy the hits.
You just buy
You
them.
just buy them. It just
That's literally 72 dice. I'd have to roll my entire pool twice.
yeah. You got a pretty big pool for that. So you're gonna heal those points. I think you only had what, like 6-7 boxes of stun? 4. Yeah, piece of cake. You wake up the next morning. Your head feels so much better after this night's rest. You're still weary about the fact that you basically given up your positioning, and people know that you were the one that was kind of hacking into their drones. But you do benefit from that rest. Wildfire, I'm going to assume that you maybe spent the night in Gearjammer's garage or somewhere that Gearjammer had. Where would you be waking up at?
Probably on the floor, like on the concrete floor.
Just on the concrete floor?
My apartment is directly above the garage, so I'm assuming I've got a couch or somewhere he could crash. So,
All right, if he lets me inside of his apartment, I'll sleep on the couch.
Okay. Yeah.
Not gonna throw him out. Burns my ass, and I can burn half my body. So.
And the rest of you gain the full benefits of your sleep, and the moments, the memories of last night are still fresh on your mind of everything that has occurred in this whole Payo concert thing, and you just kind of rethinking it over a cup of soy coffee, if that's what you have, soy calf, or whatever it is that you're enjoying for your morning. And the next day is yours, folks. What would you guys like to do?
How did you
Some poison arrows.
Channeling is in a lock.
Shit, wrong one.
Wait, we're not playing D&D tonight? What is this?
Oh, crap. 21.
I choose my spells. I'm ready to go. Oh, wait.
How did you roll for the night? Did you sleep?
I actually
or did
slept.
you-
I slept.
Okay.
Oh, you slept. Oh, so you got a good night's rest.
Barely, but I slept.
Like cressing on a later afternoon, I'll knock on Cypher's door very lightly.
Hi. I open the door.
When you open it up, it's a plate of soy eggs and soy circle that looks like pancakes. A glass of soy orange juice.
It's people. It's people.
Oh, no.
The Soylent Green reference. I didn't want to date myself any more than
I mean, it dates me too. I don't know. We're all dated. It's fine.
Are you hungry?
Oh, thank you. Hareta. Arigato. I take it.
He actually just has his face covered like this.
Are you okay?
Yep, fine. Eat the breakfast.
Did you eat already? Do you want to come in?
I could come in for a little bit. Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Okay.
Eat the food.
just eat it.
I eat it. And I get him
Oh.
coffee. Soy coffee.
All right. Enjoying some coffee for the morning. Wildfire and Gear Jammer, you guys are now met up in Gear Jammer's living room. Jack, you're just what would Jack be doing early in the morning? Probably sitting down with an old-fashioned newspaper.
Yep. You know?
So one of the
wow.
few places that actually still prints a newspaper. Jack is one of the only people that actually pay for a newspaper.
Yep. Still have that subscription. Otherwise, how would you get the news? You know? How would you know what's going on? I would take a moment to astrally project.
Okay. Absolutely. Where what would you like to do with your, as you basically are just kind of sitting there and you relax just a moment and your consciousness kind of just leaves your body and you are actually in the astral plane.
I jog over to Gear Jammer's place.
Okay. Yeah, you actually you're like hovering. You kind of like fly, almost like almost like one of Molfin's wraiths.
Fast.
You know, just
Oh God.
It's like super fast. And I'd probably like materialize in the living room and plan is for today.
Okay, excellent.
How
So they
close
would just
is
see
he
like
to me?
you got like this ghostly Jack Cole.
Yeah, just ghostly looking blue spectral Jack just appears in the middle of the
Throw
living
my
room.
drink at him.
Well, that wasn't polite.
It goes through and crashes into something that Gear Jammer has in his living room. What would you have in your living room that this thing crashes all over?
probably a very old, well, for the time, very old record player and a stack of like old school vinyl beside it.
It's now covered in soy coffee and shattered ceramic cup.
You might want to clean that up.
Jack, how could you? You materialized right here, cup, and my cup just happens to fly out of my hand. You had to have done that. It had to have been you.
Very awkward.
Debating dematerializing.
So Jack, you appeared in this room with them.
Yeah. What's the plan today?
You guys come up with plans? Man, you're better than my team. All right.
So, we come up with, we try, and shit hit fan. Tonight when other two get out of bed, lazy, then we gonna see doctor after dark
Okay.
and
Sounds good.
talk to doctor.
So would I just sit on the couch in my materialized astral form?
Wildfire, you now have Astral Jack sitting next to you.
That's okay.
Send a message to the comm link. Are we
Don't
gonna
leave
be?
goo on my couch, no? So I just reach out towards Jack's face and
Slimer.
Literal Jack Slimer.
Just goes through Jack a little bit.
any goo on my hand.
No goo.
No ectoplasm.
It's a weird like cold sensation as your hand actually goes inside Jack's head. This is weird.
It probably feels weirder for you than it does for me.
Oh, are we playing with his like half like here body? Oh.
Now all of a sudden Wildfire starts sticking his hands through your shoulder and through your chest.
Pretty soon both your hands just connect and you hold hands inside of Jack.
Hope you guys are enjoying this more than I am.
Get that weird thing where our hands are like this. We're going.
I sent a message to the comm link saying, just finished breakfast / brunch / lunch. Are we gonna go beat up the doctor yet?
Dear General will pull send through his comm link as soon as dark.
We'll start heading over, and it shows a gif of a snail moving.
By the way, it's 3 p.m. Breakfast 7 hours ago.
Says you! Exclamation point! Smiley face.
Awesome.
Can you tell them to pick me up on the way?
Cypher gives says you a heart emoji.
We're in the same room, and I'm still covered in my face.
Don't forget, pick up Jack.
Okay.
You may need to carry body. His brain is on my couch.
Oh.
I put a gif of the invasion of the body snatchers. I hop in the car. Is it just me driving?
I can drive.
Apparently, everyone can drive.
Yeah.
Cypher
I
wants to
can't drive.
If
I'll
you would
drive.
like to drive, okay,
I
cool.
want to drive. I want to drive.
I put on my hoodie and I zip it up really, really tight, and I dive myself into the backseat of the car.
Okay. Excellent. You guys.
I really want to get a scooter, so I'm saving up. So I just drive everybody else's cars.
So you make your way over to Jack's residence. Jack, would you stop your astral stuff whenever they arrive to get in?
Absolutely.
It would be kind of funny if they carry you and just dump you in the car and you guys pick up Jack and start making your way back to Gear Jammer's
Hey, guys.
garage.
Put on my seatbelt.
They have no problem. Traffic's a little late this afternoon, but in a few hours it's going to start picking up due to Mardi Gras. And you guys make your way back to Gear Jammers. About 20 minutes or so passes before you guys get to the garage. It's pushing 4 o'clock in the afternoon by the time you guys get situated. And you guys make your way back.
Gear Jammer's probably dragged Wildfire down to the garage and is probably tinkering some on his Lynx combat drone.
Gear Jammer,
Ah,
Do you have a bottle of alcohol by chance?
what do you want?
The guy that smokes in the car. Oh.
Whiskey?
Anything. Well, the strongest thing, I guess. But I don't want you to want it back.
Give me your finest alcohol, sir.
Over to the cabinet. Go down to the bottom shelf to find like the 100 proof rot gut.
A plastic bottle.
So like straight moonshine ethanol that if you put in a plastic cup, the cup will start to melt.
Oh.
And hand him one glass mason jar.
Perfect.
Well, open it up and say, "Ah."
Oh no, I don't want to drink it. I'm just gonna put the cap back on it, put it in my bag, grab a rag off the bench for future use.
Oh. Fun.
He gets a dirty, greasy rag and throws it in there with this mason jar full of this powerful alcohol that you just gave him.
Probably has gasoline.
All of a sudden, the wheel
Literal
starts turning. The hamster starts running.
And then you, immediately, Gear Jammer, you start to think of all those videos that you watched of Wildfire, and the name starts to make sense now. He blows a lot of crap up.
We've really got to work on the processing unit.
Gear Jammer is going to now move away from the drone and go over to the workbench, open up the forearm compartment, take out the 60 meters of micro wire and replace it with the 100-meter compartment of myomeric wire because he thinks he might need that.
Oh,
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
you see him with all these tools, like making this adjustment to his wiring device that he's got. His harp. What is it called? What is that thing?
It's literally a grappling
Just
gun.
a grappling gun that's
Oh, I got
implanted
that
into your
too.
arm.
It's implanted in my arm, and the myomeric wire is something that I can control the wire up to 30 feet out.
Oh, so you can kind of better aim it, like if it's kind
Yeah,
of,
so I can shoot it up and but then after 30 feet it just
kind of
goes.
does what it wants. Yeah, it does what it wants from there. Cool, that's awesome. Yeah, and it's about this time that you guys hear the car approaching. Gear Jammer, you hear a couple honks from the horn outside.
Pop open the garage door. Looking over at Wildfire. Son of a bitch. Messing with the horn.
I didn't know it did that. That's so strange.
Well, you gotta have a nice little beat with that horn.
Kill switch
I
as
just say that
the
you see
garage
a
door is
Gear
opening.
Jammer in the garage.
Yeah, you see Gear Jammer doing that, and then the car starts talking to you, Kill Switch. Says, Gear Jammer's really getting sick of that crap.
All right, I'll make sure that you all have a nice, quiet evening on your next date. How's that? And I just wipe the dashboard.
Some of the lights on the dashboard start to blink, and it says, "Thank you."
Oh, my little program car is growing up.
And you pull the Range Rover back into the garage as you guys exit the car, and the whole group is gathered back together once again this morning. Gear Jammer's looking a lot better than he did last night when you guys last spoke.
Oh, that's good.
I wonder if any of us have been followed.
Would you like to make
Don't say
a
those
perception check?
words.
Jack?
Not necessarily so good at that.
If you want to, you were the one who called it out, so if you'd like to, you can.
Sure. Let's see. This is going to be my skill in perception, which is a 3 plus. Do I get any attribute on perception?
What under perception in the book? What does it say that the attached skill is? There should be an attached attribute to it.
It's intelligence or intuition.
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 Cool.
Intuition.
Alrighty. Well, I get 4 misses and 1 hit.
How many dice did you roll?
8.
You rolled 8. So you rolled half
That was
ones.
really close.
Yes. Yeah.
So that is.
Oh no!
You did get a success, but that is a glitch.
The glitch.
So basically, Jack kind of like walks out of the garage through the side door, like the smaller side door. And he's just like standing on the
It's nice
street.
weather.
He's
Yeah.
looking out. He's just looking around. Yeah, taking a nice sniff of the wonderful breeze. It smells pretty bad, actually, to be honest.
Oh,
It smells
that's foul.
bunch of car exhaust, stuff like that. Look around. And
Spilled some gas.
definitely don't see anything.
Did you leave the garage door open?
I presume
You guys
so.
just pulled in, so yeah, I probably haven't closed it as of yet. You guys just got here.
So I wouldn't have been able to get my mask on very quick, and I have a sunlight allergy.
Well, this side door is open. It's not like it's like a regular like man door on the side.
Man.
So,
I
yeah.
thought you meant like he just opened
No,
it up
not
and
the
just
large
like
garage
left the entire garage door.
Jack, as you're out there looking around, though, you do hear the side door close. The one that you walked out of, it closes. You're just standing outside by yourself.
Yeah, just kind of like, relax.
The rest of you are still inside, just hanging out.
Did the rest of us notice this and walk out that way?
Oh yeah, you notice him walk out. It seemed like the breeze shut the door or something like that.
Kidder's just gonna laugh. I wonder if he remembers. That door cannot be opened from outside.
That's
mean,
such
you're
a
down
nice trick.
What's funnier is that I gave him the key card to open the door, which
It's not
he
gonna help.
thought was a business card.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
I'm pretty sure he just gave it away to somebody. One of these days,
You
we're
gave
gonna
Jack
happen.
key to my home.
I deactivated it. It was just fun to watch him look at it for a while.
This person's name is 4742247.
Kidder's gonna wait about 2 minutes and go over. and open the door.
I would already do it before you. I would have been like, that's me, and then I go open the door and be like, Jack,
Hey guys,
what are you doing out here?
I was just going to see if maybe any of those drones were looking for us, and looks pretty clear out there.
Okay, well, are you just going to stand out here because this door doesn't open from that way?
And as you're talking to him, Jack almost gets plowed into by a kid skateboarding on a hoverboard. As he is
McFly!
zings by, and he like bumps you, and he's like, "What's where you're going, Four Eyes?" And he just like zings by.
Hey, I don't
scooting down.
appreciate that name.
And he just kind of keeps on going, zinging by.
Slow down!
Stop it, you whippersnappers.
Jack, are you coming in? It's a little bit dangerous out here for you.
Yeah, apparently,
yeah.
apparently.
Oh,
I'll
rude.
go back in.
Okay.
Kidder's gonna go over and tell Switch. He is going to get my shop egged.
I mean,
Again.
that's.
I mean, it wasn't really mine.
Hey, Jack.
Yes.
So we had this plan, right? And we were gonna do these things, but I realized you have a part in this plan. So Lady V told us that in her absence, it may be a good idea to have you do a little bit of talking for us.
It seems like a terrible idea.
Personally, I love it.
But I'm willing to cooperate. I am dedicated to our common success.
Like, speaking like a true high up person. Yep.
A true that pause. A true something.
I will endeavor to do my best.
I just figure, look, man, I'm only gonna be real with you. You're terrible at sneaking, and the rest of us can't even really decently show our faces. So it seems
Speak
like
for yourself.
probably best. Oh, and I also forgot, there's one of us who could die very easily.
Two of us.
I don't know. You seem to take those hits quite well on the video.
Thanks.
Oh, can we watch it like one more time? before
Jamie,
we-
what's your body score?
Or
I imagine Kill Switch has already made a GIF of
I
this
don't know.
of this guy hitting
Yep.
wildfire.
it's a 1.
It's a 1?
It's a 1.
Your body's a 1?
He's really
Yes,
he's really
Robert.
skinny. He's not.
My body's a 2.
We have to protect him. He's too precious for this world.
So, how's about it, buddy?
Of course. I mean, I appreciate your faith in me.
Yep, that's what that is.
Yeah,
I'm not touched. I'm
Kloppy, that's what makes it so awesome. Is he is a troll, and he's like
The weakest.
He's like the
It was Bobby
weakest
one.
troll.
Bro, I've got.
Really more of a goblin.
Hold on. I've got body 1, but I have built tough 4. Okay, so you know.
Oh, so your health is
Oh.
actually stronger than
Then you're
Cypher's.
then you
He looks.
yeah, so
He doesn't
I'm the
appear. very-
squishy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are still the squishy. So
Great.
yeah, so here's the
I was
plan.
excited.
Cypher's gonna become Disco Paco here. She's gonna hack into any systems that may need to be shut down. Easy peasy, like bread and butter.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna-
probably need like a key card to get into the elevator. I could probably help from that with the distance.
Then, how about Disco Paco is gonna follow Jack. Jack's gonna walk in through the front door, knock on the door, and ask to speak with him nicely. On the other hand, Gearjammer and I'll scale the building, climb in through the window, be ready to bag and tag.
All right, what am I doing?
Wild card.
You are going to put on these hobo clothes and ask for change and let us know if anything goes wrong. You don't
Got it.
have a
I'm gonna
combo
levitate up with you. I'm gonna levitate up with you and come in the window.
You can use mine. I don't know how to use this thing anyway.
What are you talking about?
How are you guys? Wait.
I think I do. I have one.
You do. All right.
I have like the cheapest one, like a black hair.
Yeah. You.
That's fine.
So we have 2 Jacks, technically incompetent.
That's a nice comm link.
Part of
Thanks.
It was better. The one I have now, it's too.
part of
Yeah, you should try this one, dude.
Part-
It's so good.
part of Wildfire's calm link is like the edges are melted a little bit from heat and things like that.
Yep.
You might want to get a case for this.
Probably a good idea.
All right.
So, how exactly are you guys climbing the building?
He takes his grapple hook out. I literally take my grapple gun out.
Batman.
I literally just pop up my forearm and this little hook pops out of it.
And I'll levitate right beside them the whole time.
That's so scary.
I don't even know if I can go that high.
You probably shouldn't. I think being a hobo watch. You good at keeping lookout?
Wouldn't
Oh, I
it
am
be
not
easier
good
if
at
you
lookout.
all go through the building elevators and I just change security so they don't see that you're coming in?
I look at me. I look at Gearjammer. I look at The witch doctor over here. That's like, we
A
don't
cyborg samurai, a cyborg, and a plague doctor.
into a building.
Well, this is an apartment complex. It's not a place of business, right?
Right.
It's apartment.
It's apartment.
But it's high and wealthy folks, so I'm pretty sure they have security for themselves.
Well, what if I like give you guys clearance? Like you're expected. Well, okay. Call to your death is up to you.
Expected in the middle of night.
I'll go in with Jack. Okay, I'll be his bodyguard. Yeah.
Okay, you go with Jack.
And if anything goes wrong, I'll throw a Molotov and we'll run away. Easy. Like, nothing bad can happen.
Cypher, do you think you could get me on like the guest list with if there's a doorman or something, so that they don't give me a lot of?
Yeah, I was actually going to hack in and see if you could actually be someone that just moved in.
That sounds great, actually. That would be splendid.
But I have to
So
check.
building schematics? Yeah, building schematics.
Depending on how much security they have, it will change my idea.
Yeah.
So, I would like to. Well, I don't know if this is probably better for Cypher to do. Can you just open it up on Google Maps, see if there's a coffee shop across the street, and give you some time to get a floor plan, see what we're looking at before we go in?
Yeah, I could easily do that.
Can you do that from here?
Yeah.
God, how big is your brain?
It's not my brain! I go into the Matrix! The Matrix is huge!
All right, well, I'm gonna...
And Gear is just going to point over at his bench area. His computer.
Yes, I know you're a computer, but I'm just wondering what is out there in this world.
Before I do that, I think I should check Jack and Wildfire's comm links and like maybe install some like drivers and some things to like
Can you make the text bigger?
Yeah, like
You can do that? You can make the text bigger?
yes, I want to fix their comm links so it's easier for them to use and like not ignore our messages.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm gonna turn on all notifications so they can't turn it off.
Okay. Okay. Are you gonna try to encrypt their notification settings?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and make the rolls that you would need to do that. I believe you'd have to gain. You would probably make. I would say admin access would be easy for you to gain.
Yeah.
So you could just buy the hits to get in. But what is it to encrypt a file? What do you have to roll to do that? What's it say your encryption?
My password never came with a phone.
It's electronics and logic.
Okay, go ahead and make a roll. And
I don't even have that.
you guys, and your both your comm links are Force 1, right, or rating 1?
I think mine's rating 2.
Yours
Actually,
rating
let me
2.
double check.
I definitely have a rating 1. I have like the lowest, cheapest thing.
But mine's a rating 3. I have the
It's a
sensei.
burden.
Oh, you have a rating 3.
Yeah,
You know,
I got sensei.
you know what's crazy is I rolled 2 dice for Wildfire's comlink, and they were both hits. So this is what's going to be contested against what she's trying to do.
Oh.
And now I got to roll 6 for.
The guy at the comlink store, he convinced me I needed the better one. I didn't know. No?
It's a 2 hits.
Told me I couldn't download my music if I got the old one.
2 hits on both.
As is happening, I'm just reprogramming the ringtone to be any one of my DJ sets.
Excellent.
I'm gonna use one of my edge points to make a 4 or 5.
Excellent. Yes, do it.
So it's 4 hits, no glitches.
On Wildfire's comlink?
Yeah.
All right, easily done. You have encrypted his settings. So now somebody would have to deliberately hack into his comlink to be able to change anything about his phone. And you know that he would not have any idea how to change these settings.
But it also protects him, so now people can't just like listen in because he was like on an open router or something stupid.
Absolutely.
Oh.
So go ahead and make one additional roll on Jack's comm link as well. I also rolled 2 hits on his.
Hell yeah.
So that's more than 2.
6. Oh, damn. Okay, so interesting. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 successes, 3 failures.
Oh yeah, perfect. And because this is a legal action, you're not traced on the matrix at all. No Overwatch score required. And Jack's comlink now is all notifications are on. He cannot turn them off, and somebody would have to literally hack into the settings and overtake this encryption to be able to basically change anything about his comlink.
Perfect. But it's much easier for them to use now.
Yes. Well, there's something about Jack. It doesn't matter. You've known him long enough that it seems like it almost doesn't matter what the device is or what defenses it has. He always finds some way to mess it up. And you're not sure what it is.
Well, hopefully this time I've blocked his efforts.
Yeah. Sure. So yeah, easily done.
Okay. That's good. Because I think Cypher wants to feel secure that if they're going into the building and she's not with them, she wants a direct line of communication that can't be interrupted. So she's like, I need you guys to have proper shit set up.
Sure. Yeah. What else would you like to do?
So, are we taking Range Rover?
Yes.
Fine. So, watch as Gear starts to get over.
So did Cypher want to do any of the schematics of the building?
Yes, I was waiting. I was letting you guys.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Sure, I didn't know if you guys were getting ready to go or what you guys were doing there. So
yeah, she'd want to do that, and she'd also want to check the surrounding areas so she could at least be like in a nearby coffee shop or something.
You know what's crazy is you're getting the schematics already. This apartment complex is only a block and a half away from that theater that you guys were just at last night.
Ooh.
It's actually like right within range of that place.
Huh.
But there are plenty of places of business around. There are several coffee shops within that 2-3 blocks that you could easily, give that information to Kill Switch.
Yeah, I think that's something she's gonna go. She's probably gonna go to like the Starbucks and pretend she's watching a movie on her laptop or something.
Yeah.
And so she'll just zone out when she's in the Matrix.
Okay. Sure.
Oh.
Yeah, you by looking at the schematics and going through the Matrix and just looking at this map, definitely possible.
Okay. And you said he's on the 16th floor?
16th floor, yes.
How many residents are per floor? Or is it like one per floor?
It's varied. Most floors near the bottom have about maybe 10 apartments or condos. But as it gets up towards the higher floors, after floor number 12, they get much bigger and lavish. The 16th floor, you actually get a visual of the schematic. His apartment, 162, I believe it was, is actually like one of those panoramic view places, and it consumes basically half of the building. And there are 4 other smaller complexes on either side, and there's like a small lobby that's in between. It's like there's like 4 elevators that go up, and it opens up into a large lobby. There's 2 doors on either side for these other 4 rooms, and then there's just 1 door on the opposite side, which is the door to his apartment, which takes up most of the space. And it's a nice place. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath large glass panoramic view on the one side, the western side of the building.
Okay. So I will show them that.
Nice.
Try to remember what I can. I think I have a pretty good memory.
I say to Gear Jammer, so
Is there a balcony?
yeah.
There is.
And Jack, I should be able to give you like a digital directional map on your comms link when you're in there, so you won't get lost.
Oh dear
Great.
God.
You know how good I am at coding.
There is what you guys can see for a balcony is it's like a skinny balcony all the way across, and then on the left, like sort of on the far left side, it opens up into a much bigger balcony. It looks like where you could put like a table out there or something like that and eat outside or things like that. And it also has what looks to be some kind of sliding glass door in that part of it that opens up into the kitchen area of the apartment complex.
Ah, there is entity.
Yeah. How tall is the 16th floor, would you say?
Good question. Somebody Google
we
how
know, but-
tall 16th floor would be.
Average building height for floors is 10 feet.
10 feet,
if
so
we go
1600.
160.
160. Yeah, we could do that.
It's just out of my range for my grapple gun. But I also have I have climbing units.
How much? How is out of range? How much fire do you have?
100.
What? How does what is
100
100
meters?
what is 160 feet into
Oh,
meters?
duh. Yeah, what is that?
I think it's
That is
divided by
way
3, right? Is it 3 feet per meter?
Let's see.
No, it's about 6 feet per meter.
Okay.
Oh, so we have 600 feet of wire?
No, I was wrong. It was 3.28 feet per
Which is a
meter.
little over 3 feet per meter. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, we could definitely do that. That's easy. It's nothing at all. Jesus Christ.
you-
Yeah, we're good to fire up. Are you sure you got enough strength for that artillery that you're climbing with?
This is why I use myomedic wire.
So you're not exactly made of Tin Man.
This strongest wire out there.
Alright, well, you take one side, I take the other. We try and get up onto the balcony and sneak on in. How are you at sneaking, Tin Man?
We'll be fine.
Okay.
As he says that, reaches down, pops open his leg, and slides the shotgun into its holder.
You hear a loud noise.
As you guys are preparing and Cypher is getting all this information and kind of basically syncing it into your comm links, sending you detailed images and schematics of this place.
Gear Jammer's going to be taking his 2 quadcopter drones that have the crossbows mounted on them, put them in the back of the Range Rover.
Okay.
Cypher, does it say if, the elevator is free access, or if you have to have like the proper key card to get the proper floor?
Can I figure that out?
Yes, it does require a key card.
So we won't be able to convince him that I live on that floor if he's the only one that lives on that floor, right?
Well, maybe I give you something that you can scan and just go up anyway. Crack the password for his floor.
They do have Cypher. You would know this based on some of your knowledge. They do have digital guest lists.
Oh.
But most of the time, the lobby will contact the individual if you're kind of requesting to come and make sure that person is actually expecting you. and they'll put you on.
Could you intercept the call?
This is
Oh.
this is a adventure. Perhaps we can perhaps we can see if there's any vacant lots, vacant apartments on the market. Maybe check like apartments.com, see if there's any listed.
It's a good plan.
Yeah, can I get a list of the tenants and if there's any like empty floors?
There's no empty floors, but there are 3 apartments for sale within the complex.
Looks like
So we
did
can like
one.
just borrow it for like a couple hours. You'll own it.
Yep.
But that won't get us to his floor, right?
It will get us
There is
close.
To get us to your floor, and then I just give you the password and you go up to his floor.
Oh. That's brilliant.
I know.
Wait, we get to own high-end apartments for like a total of like an hour?
Probably.
And you could do anything when you're in there if you own it.
Maybe
But
not
you
anything.
don't really own it.
Tell him, especially not Wildfire.
Yep, I could try.
Did they say there's security cameras? Do we know what the situation is there?
Yeah, with our schematics, you do know there are security cameras.
Are the security cameras on the outside?
There are.
Okay. As Gearjumper remembers that, you see him pick up a pack of the little gnat drones
Hmm.
in the back of the car.
Okay.
Because, you know, I mean, if there's a crime there, I don't love the idea of my face being all over security cameras.
I got an idea. I'm gonna take no, I can't do that because nope. See, I'm an anarchist. I could just spray paint a face on this scarf and you could just put it around your face.
I could cast a spell to make our faces look different to the cameras, specifically just the cameras.
Yes, do that.
Is wonderful.
But mean to ask this,
wow.
motherfucker, but what the hell are you?
Apparently, he's a genius.
I'm just a man trying to live my life.
I mean, are you trying to live it? And he sends the gif of you getting beat up once again.
That wasn't on my I wasn't planning to get beat up.
Wildfire, can you make yourself look like that security man? Chuck.
Oh, like the patrolman?
The Lone Star man.
Oh, Chuck Legacy.
Well,
Name was on
really,
list.
that really depends on how we want to allow me to cast the spell.
In the GIF, Chuck isn't the one actually physically hitting him at the time, but Chuck is like winding up, getting ready, and has a huge smile on his face in the GIF that you sent.
So, we make Chuck. You become one who beat you.
It's like an elephant eating right now.
I think he like. This good plan.
I don't really know if Trid Phantasm works like that. That's how I interpreted it.
Fantastic.
What spell is it?
Trid Phantasm? Is that actually just in one area?
Let me see if I can find it. Unless somebody can find it before me.
What is it called?
It's an illusion spell, right?
Trid Phantasm.
Trid?
TRI.
Phantasm. Oh, with the spell, the caster projects a particular image into the area of effect. Maybe it's the image of an attacking dragon, or of a peaceful garden, or a specific individual. Whatever it is is something the caster has seen before, and the phantasm must stay in their line of sight. I don't think that's the specific of it, but I would allow that because I think that's brilliant.
Okay. All right. That's what I want to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, it sounds like a lot of it sounds similar to like Major Illusion in D&D.
That's what I was like hoping it
Or
was.
Major Image or something
Then
like that.
do
or-
I temporarily put Chuck's name on the apartment?
We
Seems reasonable.
we know his name. Oh, but
Okay.
will Deskman see illusion or see you?
I'll see him.
So if they will see Jack and Wildfire, then would need to be on their ID.
Well, the problem with this plan so far is like you guys would have to like purchase the place. Like it's not like this is not just like a hotel. It's kind of like these are condos. Like you're like purchasing a real estate, and it's.
But
like,
could I edit the file temporarily to show on their screen
Oh yeah, you could. You could most definitely do that.
without buying it?
You could basically
Don't-
hack into
can't
Doctor.
buy it.
You could hack into Dr. Jennings' guest list and just put Jack on his guest list. If you
Guest
wanted to.
seems safer because then those guys won't be like, oh, who's this person that lives here? I've never seen him.
Okay.
You were-
But will they call doctor to get you?
Yeah, to get you in, because then the doctor wouldn't
Oh yeah.
anticipate you being there.
There's that possibility.
Can we
Alright,
see
so-
if there's?
I was gonna say, what if you had put a contact name of a realtor? Jack is going up to look at an apartment, rewire it to one of us. We'll have the conversation saying, yes, we'll be there in a minute, but send him up to the floor.
Okay.
Or what if in the file where you said that we were guests, you just said instead of calling me, send them up because I don't want to be called.
Okay.
You mean for the realtor, not for the doctor?
No, to get to the doctor.
It'll be harder for us to voice the doctor than it
No, but
is
I'm-
for us to voice a.
I'm saying in the computer. And we're
I'll
listening
just say
to
like
guests.
no call needed. Just just
Yeah.
Yeah, like a
Oh, as a special
like
note.
add like a special
Note.
note. Yeah, like.
I could do that. Yes.
That may be a good idea too. No
yeah,
call.
like don't disturb me.
I could do that.
Oh.
Just
Mm.
thinking, what about food? Delivery.
Yeah, my food is almost here. Actually, I ordered some from Skip the Dishes. I got some food coming.
I mean, I do
No, not
have
you, Cypher.
some...
I mean, doctor.
Oh,
Jack,
Yes.
Jack is delivery ghost.
Oh yeah. Even like a gift.
Cypher, as you're thinking
let's
about
think
this,
about
they
it.
oftentimes the lobbyists get kind of lazy with food deliveries, so this is kind of actually a brilliant idea.
actually, very good idea.
Oftentimes they don't even contact, they just kind of buzz them in.
So I will just put in. So I could technically just put the note, not any name, just waiting for food. Let them up.
You could.
Does that mean we need to like kidnap a delivery guy and steal his uniform so that it looks legit?
So, just so you know, I do a lot of
Ubers don't
partying.
wear uniform.
I have
Oh yeah.
I have uniforms in the shop closet. We have a lot of weird theme parties.
Oh,
it's a long
wait.
story. I have stuff, yeah.
We probably need a bag of food too.
Jammer cranes his head and then goes over and opens the shop closet.
I'll be right back.
Strangely enough,
My food is here.
there are several different costumes and outfits in your closet. And
Reaching in and just pulls out.
Oh, that's my Chuck E.
Chicken
Cheese
in a
house.
thong?
Yeah.
That's
It was a party. It's promotional stuff. It was purely for a music video. It's totally fine.
a few of your tools from your garage that have been missing for a while just kind of fall out onto the floor.
I need to fix things.
Picks up a wrench and knows that it's used primarily on the Range Rover and like
To repair his trust in you.
goes back over and keeps loading stuff up in the car.
Yeah, so yeah, there you go. That works. I actually purchased some clothes with the money that I have that are cryo, what is it called? Chromeographic, so you can actually change the color of the clothes at will.
Oh, wow.
Is that a Gremlins check?
Oh, it may be because it is technology.
It is technology, yeah. Are you gonna do it? You gonna put them on?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll your 2 dice.
Oh no.
Okay. I have 1 fail.
You failed.
Yes.
I
I think
what delivery service would you be trying to change it to make yourself look like?
like the local like fancy restaurant where they may have things that are resembling like real food.
Okay, as you do this, you actually make your clothing look like a very sexy French maid.
Well,
I get that they have French cuisine, but this is a little extra.
yeah, I don't think I need this.
Gonna reprogram it, and it's gonna look like an Italian restaurant. Actually, I'm gonna make it look, just because I'm that much of a troll, I'm gonna make it look like slightly a Mario costume.
Nice, nice, yes. Great.
Can we not tell anyone else about the French maid things? Kind of keep that here.
I thought it looked
you know?
awesome. I mean, I will
Thank
tell.
you. Thank you.
As you're
promise
saying
you, I
that,
won't
you can see
tell a
your
soul.
Jeremy with his comm link.
Oh, yeah, he's got big.
Instagramming it.
And I
A couple
casually,
seconds
like,
later, just send out the
I casually like grab my
just a
eye
little
thing
gif
right here.
of Jack
And
going.
it like flashes.
So violated.
Oh my god, get in the van, Mario.
So you guys,
Oh no!
so you guys, Gear Jimmers, anything else you're loading up into the van, or you think you guys are into the Range Rover? You guys are taking, I believe.
Yeah, taking the Range Rover. They don't want to
Actually-
take the armored war vehicle yet. So
Okay.
I think it actually may be a good idea to actually take the van. I mean, delivery cars are not usually this nice.
True.
See, slowly strokes your future girlfriend.
So your German's gonna sort of walk over to the Ares Roadmaster, open up the side door.
It's just all types of artillery inside.
Is it has like,
And
as you
just
open the
look-
door, it has these blue neon lights that run back the sides of it, so it like it hazes you in this blue light inside. This is definitely the war machine.
It just needs a fresh coat of paint.
I'm sorry, I'm back. My driver got lost.
Oh no!
Oh wait, I can't hear you. Oh no.
Oh yeah, by the way, don't
Hello?
get lost.
Oh my god!
Should we pick up some actual food along the way so that we show up with food?
I love eating food.
Oh yeah, we could still eat it after this
Yeah.
run.
I got a coupon at soy beanies.
How much do I think an actual real meal from a decent restaurant would cost?
So you're looking for Italian?
Whatever Jack is dressed up to look like.
Oh no!
This is something I don't know a whole lot about, so I'm gonna consult Lip, who has had much more experience in Shadowrun than I have. How much does real food cost in Shadowrun? Do you know? Have you had experience with that before? I know it's expensive.
If you're getting really crappy rating 1 food, expect like 1 to 5,000. Rating 2, 5 to 10. Rating 3, 10 to 15. Rating 4, 15 to 20.
So how much are you looking to spend here, Gear Jammer?
Let's just get a bag of soy and pretend that it's
soy would just come out of your lifestyle expenses.
So
how much is like a pretty bag?
So if it'll come out of my lifestyle expenses, I can't remember what the expenses are. What's the
it'd be 1 to. He said like around anywhere from
1 to 5.
1 to 5 for like rating 1. So it's real food, but it's real food.
We just need a bag that looks like it could have real food. We don't need to have.
I mean, I have one right here.
Cypher's like, look right here, I've got one.
Can we get like an empty bag from a dumpster?
I still have a coupon.
I spend 5,000 yuan.
You're gonna spend it?
I'll throw in 5 as well.
Oh, so you guys gonna
get
go?
something.
You guys going for like level
more
2?
than my rent.
Like normal level, average level.
It's mine as well.
So you basically order. I guess you guys are gonna pick this up along the way. You place your order for
$10,000 worth of Italian food.
Very nice. Yeah. What's funny is it's only like enough for like 1 meal and then maybe leftovers for tomorrow, because food is just that ridiculously expensive. Real food anyway.
Yep.
So
we can get soy counterparts and it'll be fine.
So you guys,
we could fake it. We just need to get in the building.
You guys wire over the money and the food is guaranteed to be ready for you for pickup on your way to the establishment. If there's nothing.
So we're dressed up like Mario and Luigi, right? That's what's going on.
Yes. Although I only have enough fabric for one of you all to be that. The other one, I can just spray paint the color onto you.
Wario!
I'll take the spray paint, and then when I. Yeah, that's cool.
So Wildfire basically stands there and just presents himself to you while you just take this can, shaking it up. And you get Wildfire's costume all set.
So realistic.
Yeah, it's real great. It's real great.
Gear Jammer,
Only other thing Gear Jammer does, he's already put his shotgun away. Is in his other compartment in his arm. He's gonna put his revolver.
Okay.
He's good to go.
All right. Anybody have any other things that they would like to grab very quickly before you guys leave?
Oh, and
I bring my gun just in case.
Bring in your gun. Okay. Yep. Got your jacket.
I am stowing away my black scorpion. I'm stowing away my laser sword, and I'm grabbing, just for this specific occasion, 5 trank packs.
Okay.
Just in case.
Nice. Kill Switch is getting his gear together. Looks like Jack's just kind of standing there with his suit. Well, his Mario suit. He's in his bag. He's ready to go. And you guys make your way. We don't have to roleplay all picking up the food and everything. You guys are able to pick up the food, no problem. It smells delicious. Like, it is mouth-watering. Most of you have not had real food in probably a long time.
Forever.
And it is killing you to smell this food in this basically massive van, armored van that you're riding through the city streets in, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle van. as you make your way.
Strong.
Mind you, it does have a mounted cannon inside it, mounted guns inside of this thing.
Okay, so do these things have like retractors where they can open up and can come out the side and the top,
me
or is
see,
that the way it is, or are they always
Does
like
it shoot pizzas?
are they always like permanently like just sticking out of the thing?
Let me see. I can't remember.
If it's permanently sticking out, I would take some time to spray paint it to look like a smiling man with a mustache.
Nice.
The two turrets of the gun is actually the ends of his mustaches.
There you go. Yeah, you can spray paint the top. Like if there's like a cannon on the top, you spray paint the top. Like you know how the Pizza Hut delivery guys have that little Pizza Hut symbol on the top of their car. You have this little Italian Mario head like sticking up the top.
Nobody would know any difference.
Go time.
It doesn't say, it just says that it had I gotta find the thing on it again. I'm gonna say they're inside only because I can't find the thing.
Sure. Yeah, I just didn't know if they were concealed or not. I don't think.
Yeah, I know when I
normally I
originally
don't
was
think you
looking at
would have it not concealed, because why would you be driving this van down the street with like a machine gun sticking out the top of it? It doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
So
Okay, yeah, so all it says about the weapons mounts is that it can hold any weapon along with 500 rounds of belted ammo
jeez.
or up to body rockets and missiles.
Nice. Perfect. Yeah, we'll say they're concealed. Do you guys make your way to the condo? What time would you be doing this?
1 o'clock in the morning.
It's
Very late. Okay.
The later,
probably
later the
a little
better.
earlier than that if we're doing a food delivery. You know, you want to think like
What's the guy?
11:30.
11:30, 12. You know, somebody just got home looking for
Sure. Yeah.
late night
Yeah.
eats after a night of drinking and carousing.
There we go.
Yeah. Easy enough. Yeah. You guys set to arrive. You guys pull up. It's all yours, folks.
I have to edit the file.
Okay, so you're gonna do some hacking before they head on in. All right.
As
I believe you.
as soon as we get out of the car, I'm gonna cast the spell to make our faces look like Mario and Luigi on all the cameras.
Okay. Excellent.
Nice.
What spell is that you're casting then? That's the Trid one?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Phantasm.
you'll have to go ahead and make your roll.
Yes.
So you can go ahead, if you can look up that spell. I think it is the illusion spell. Trid. Looks like you are rolling sorcery plus magic.
Okay.
And I get to set a threshold. Okay, so just roll your sorcery plus magic and tell me how many 5s and 6s you get when you cast this spell.
Okay. Specialization is +2, right?
It is.
Okay.
Are you specialized in this?
In spellcasting.
Oh, nice. Yes. Fantastic.
Five successes and 2 failures.
Nice. You're pretty confident in your ability to cast this. You think that the cameras will see Mario and Luigi walking into the facility without a problem. You do, however, have to resist the drain for this spell, which is drain value of 4. And I think you roll your... you are charisma based. What do you roll, MG, when you roll for resistance?
I'm logic, but that's because I'm hermetic.
What's your other stat that you roll?
On drain, I think it's willpower and luck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
willpower.
So you're gonna roll willpower plus charisma, and that's gonna be how you resist this 4 points of drain.
Okay.
Well, he should do the talking.
Yep. Yep.
Too late for that. Right? I just got one success.
One success. So you're gonna take 3 stun damage
All right.
on your character, as this spell kind of physically just has some wear on you. You can see that you're starting to behind his mask. He's starting to sweat a little bit as he's holding on to this illusion spell.
You okay over there?
Yeah, I haven't done this for more than myself. I'm just pushing myself a little bit.
Gotcha. Well, your efforts are appreciated.
Thanks.
And I believe that brings us to Cypher hacking in.
Yeah, I think I have to do backdoor entry, right?
If you'd like,
Or is this probing, which one is this?
Probing first.
You got to do probing first to make a way for a backdoor, then you can backdoor. Or you can just go straight through and try to brute force it.
No, we have time.
Okay.
I'm gonna probe, so cracking. Plus logic.
Enter Beavis and Butthead laugh. Here.
Probing the back door.
We're back on Monday night.
Yeah. I was listening to that and I was cracking up the whole freaking time.
Oh my goodness. This spell also affects the microphones and other technology, so we also sound like Mario.
Yeah. It's me. I'll be for delivery.
Oh no!
One of them needs to trip so I can hear the Luigi scream.
Oh no!
Those eyeballs.
This is my
Just fell
stealthy
asleep.
face.
Firewall times 2. I gotta roll. What do you?
I think she's still rolling her 3,408 dice.
That doesn't surprise me. Okay.
I get an edge for a logic test, so roll me.
Oh yeah, you get edge on every logic test, right?
Yep.
Nice.
Thank God she had a good night's sleep.
I have a shit ton of edge today because I also get a +4 if I get sleep. I get a +4 edge.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh my god, hell yeah! 2, 4, 6. 8 successes, 3 failures, bitch!
Oh, easily. Yeah, you take your time not to alert the security devices of any of this computer functionality, and you are easily able to find a way that does not alarm or raise an alarm. So yeah, piece of cake. You are in. Well, you probed. You found your back door. You can go ahead and you click that back door. You make your back door roll. Now.
All right.
That was an illegal action, though. So you do.
Yep.
Is it what's the Overwatch on that? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
It just says increases as normal, which I don't know what normal is.
I think for that one, it's like it's the hits that I roll. If not, I'll go back and I'll change it later. But that would be 3 for your Overwatch right now.
Okay, hang on. Let me put that in. Where's my OS? I'm trying to like multitask and eat and roll dice and fix it.
Yeah, it is 1 Overwatch per hit on an opposing roll. So yeah, that's.
Okay.
Yeah.
So backdoor is the same thing.
Same exact roll?
Yep.
Okay.
Which I'm specialized in, so I get a +2 in hacking.
+2 in hacking. Nice.
Hell yeah!
See, when we all follow the lanes of our specialties, there's no wrong that can be done.
Yeah.
So, this conversation, though.
And I get an edge, so I'm going to turn this 4 into a 5. More dice. Hell yeah! 7 successes, 2 failures.
Wow.
Whoa.
That is easily. You've gained administrator to access to this, and it only takes up your Overwatch score by 1.
Okay. 4. Okay.
So your digital version of you just kind of like burns this hole in the side of the building and just kind of walks in and is just looking around at all the different files and folders that are around. You can see like a digital landscape almost of this apartment complex as you're inside.
Cool. I am going to go into the guest list program
Okay.
and find his list.
Okay.
Doctor's list.
So that's easy enough with admin access to find his list. You're able to search his name and it comes across and you can find his guest list. If you'd like to edit it, you'll have to make an edit file action.
I will do that.
Okay. And that is legal, so that's electronics plus logic.
Yep.
This music is so relaxing.
Yeah, you know.
We need more of like a covert ops kind of song, don't we? Like,
or the ragtime.
yeah. I don't know what other music I've got here. Let's see. What is this music sound? Let's test this music out.
Ooh.
You need to
So
get
that's
a roll
5
too.
successes, 1 failure.
We'll go with this. 5 successes, 1 failure.
Yep.
Against the 3, you have successfully edited this file. What is it exactly that you're editing it to say or to do?
Ordered food. Just send them up. Little note under his guest list, waiting for delivery.
Oh, this one might be better. Excellent. Yeah,
Like,
easily.
waiting for a fat Italian plumber.
Oh, I like this better. It's more Shadowrun to me.
This is like Ryan Gosling with a scorpion jacket.
Yup.
All right, you have edited his guest list, letting them know the food is coming. Send them up, basically. No.
Yep.
No problem. Easily done for Cypher. Okay, you jacking out?
Yeah.
All right. She comes back to consciousness within the vehicle, looks at you all, and you see that look of confidence on Cypher's face. One you've seen before.
Good to go.
That's our cue. I'm look to Gear Jammer. Let's move.
All right. So you guys are headed out the van.
Yep. And
Yep.
Gearjammer is taking a small group of the little mini gnat drones with him,
Okay.
and specifically looking for cameras that would be able to see us over in that area by, I'm assuming where there were cameras outside, there's probably something looking down on the ground
Oh yeah.
where we're going to be rappelling up from.
They have cameras attached to the side, basically the side of the corner of every corner of the building.
How many cameras would be able to see where we're looking at?
Where you're looking at, probably 2.
I want to go to one of them, and I want to take my cyber paint, and I want to spray over it very quickly. Have the exact image of, have the LED lights show the exact image of what it was reflecting already.
Okay. Okay, I'll allow it. Yeah,
Was
he sprays
that
over.
my idea? I was going to have little drones land on lands.
No, wait, what? Sorry, you broke up.
Idea was better than mine. I was to have drones land on camera. Block.
Yeah, it's all nano cameras, nano technology. I just happen to have a creative flair.
Ah. It just points at the other camera.
Now, are you guys trying to time this out with your inside individuals, to where you guys would kind of be arriving at the same time?
Kind of.
Okay.
I guess we will leave out slightly earlier to check the camera thing.
Yeah.
So maybe like 15 minutes before
Okay.
to do that. But we should be grappling as they're walking into the door.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So you have one more camera that seems to be within the vicinity. Do the same thing?
I'm gonna do the same thing, except I'm gonna have like I'm gonna spray paint it, but it should show in the cyber paint like an image of a bird graffiti on the wall.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you approach this. This one's going to it's going to be a little bit more difficult because this is on the far side of the building, so it's going to see you approach before you can get into range to spray paint it.
I'm going to have my good. This is a question to ask.
Okay.
Cypher, are you jacking into Disco Paco?
If you want me to, I could just go into the matrix and go into the building.
Okay, so if you're not doing it, I'm going to command Disco Paco to create white noise next to this while I do it.
Okay. Does that
So it can still try and see me, but it just creates static. So like if they're trying to identify who I am, it has 3 ratings worth of static on it.
3 ratings worth of static? Excellent. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, so you approach. It seems like your drone does that indeed, Disco Paco. And you appear to approach it and use your spray paint over top of it. Seems to go off without issue.
Sweet. I just thumbs up to the gear jammer in the back.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Just
I'm going to
chill out and wait
Put my
for
grappling
that
out.
sign.
Okay. Jack and Wildfire. You enter the front of the facility with 2 security guards kind of opening and holding doors for you. Most buildings nowadays have the electronic doors and they don't require any to open. This one has the security that kind of opens the doors and just watches people coming in and out. This actual facility. They don't seem to pay you any mind as they see you walking in with your get-ups and your bag.
Riding Yoshi. Yeah.
Punching it in the head.
You make your way. You can see that's a very large lobby. There is a front desk. Very modern looking artwork kind of around all the facilities, including some sculptures and tables that have been fancily placed. Then you kind of approach. You can see there are 4 elevators beyond. And there's a young man kind of working behind the desk. Looks like he's clad in some very nice clothing. Doesn't seem to be paying you any mind. He's just looking down, kind of ruffling.
I look like I'm in a hurry and I know exactly where I'm going.
Okay.
And I'm hoping from the schematics that I do.
Okay, so you head up to the elevator. He kind of just takes a glance up really quick and sees you guys in these get-ups. And is like, oh, yeah, right. And you hear a ding, and the elevator door opens in front of you.
Perfect.
Huh?
Oh, you can hear me?
I thought somebody said something, but yeah, I'll step in. I'll step in.
Yeah. You guys step into the elevator. The elevator door slowly closes.
It plummets.
You're immediately in hell.
Planks, come out.
The 16th floor is down.
This elevator, it's not an old school elevator. It has more of like a digital face to it, and this holographic image kind of almost appears. It looks like it's almost like a little television that pops up, and this young woman kind of pops up. Welcome to MiniPalace. We're so glad that you're joining us today. Would you please enjoy some of this wonderful music while we transport you? And then your standard futuristic elevator music begins to play.
Oh, I like this rhythm.
Could I be watching through Jack's comlink? Could I be like keeping my eyes on them through the Matrix?
Oh, you could if you were in the Matrix, sure.
Yeah, I want to do that.
Okay, she is.
Looks so nice.
Cypher is actually in Jack's comlink right now.
I figure she's probably in the back of the truck, and she's probably pretending to be watching a movie in the truck.
Yeah, perfect.
And just zonked out.
Zonked out, nice. You're approaching, and you hear the music. You just say, what floor will we be going to this evening?
16.
16th floor. We're on the way. And then just the music plays. She kind of drifts out of the screen, and you can see a little digital map shows where the elevator is, and it's just like zinging up the side of the building as you guys feel the elevator moving.
I like look over awkwardly at Wildfire and nod, like the elevator thing, you know.
Yeah. I'm really curious about how advanced this elevator is. So like, I jump up and down to see if she's gonna yell at me.
Wildfire! Cypher yells at you!
I nervously look at the max weight on the elevator and I'm calculating what the downward force is.
No, it doesn't seem to have any effect on it as Wildfire's jumping up and down. As Luigi is jumping up and down in this thing.
Look, like, remember, Luigi's jump is higher than Mario.
That's right.
God damn it.
That's right. Boing, boing. Yeah, it doesn't really seem to have any effect. The lady doesn't seem to approach or pop up on the screen at all. And eventually, very quickly, you arrive at the 16th floor, and it dings, and the elevator door opens and reveals beyond a large lobby that you saw in the schematic. I'm going to show you what this lobby kind of looks like on Roll20.
Oh,
snap.
As we go over to our lobby, it's very elegant looking. It appears something like this.
Oh
So
my.
you see this place, it's lit with this neon pink, almost looks like a flower chandelier made from glass. And the only thing that's different about this lobby is in this central area, there is a coffee table and a few couches, like comfortable places to sit. And it definitely looks, these glass doors on the right, they're actually windows there. They're windows there, and there's the two apartments are beyond. So this isn't exactly what you see, but it's the best image I could find to give you what was going on in my head. Straight ahead down the lobbyway, you look to the left, and you can see that you look straight ahead, there is a door straight ahead, probably about 60, well, I guess it'd be more like 30 meters away from you guys. And there are about 5 guys at the apartment that you are going to knock on the door. And they look like some of them are clad in like black leather jackets. One of them has green hair that seems to be slicked back and comes down to his shoulders. And he looks pretty broad, and he has 2 swords sheathed over his back. There is a girl next to him, a woman, who has a bright green mohawk. It has another similar sword behind their back. They look like katanas. And then they got a few other guys, and they appear to be armed, and they are pounding on the door. Open up, doctor! You owe us money! And they're just pounding on the door. And you hear the woman, yeah, you owe us a ton. We geeked that guy and brought you his arm. You owe us a ton of money. And then you hear from beyond the door, you hear, I paid you already. Go! Get out of here! Leave me alone! You didn't pay us near enough, Doc. That's not what you promised. And they're just like pounding on the door.
Can I scan his room in the Matrix to see if there's any electronics I could hack into?
You could make an attempt.
I would like to try and see if there's anything
Matrix
in
searching.
Matrix that I could access that's in his apartment.
Okay.
I don't know what I have to roll for that.
I'm awkwardly holding the bag of food.
Yeah. You can do.
Yeah, don't get beat up again, guys.
Yeah,
Be careful.
You probably have to do a matrix search for that.
Matrix search.
See if
Okay.
there's anything. And about this time, you guys are firing off your grappling guns.
Yes. How is it to climb?
What's the ruling under your grapple? Does it have like a ruling beside it listed? Anything with your grappling guns or anything like that? No ruling.
Hold on, I'm looking it up.
Yeah, for grapple gun, it just says grappling hook attached rope up to 60 meters or 100 meters, depending on the line. Firearms test threshold to hit target point is range in meters divided by 20 rounded up.
Wait, say that again. What was that?
So range in meters divided by 20.
So we are doing 40 meters.
So, so that's 3 feet per meter. So we're going about 53 meters. So if we go 53 divided by 20, so we need to 2.65. So I'm guessing we would need to do a firearms test to beat a 3 would be my assumption.
Oh, okay.
Firearms test to beat a 3.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
the actual math is 2.65, so I'm assuming we'd roll off.
Round up, yeah.
Okay.
My Matrix search was 8 hits, 1 glitch.
Jesus. As you're searching through, he does have a lot of his kitchen utensils are run through the Matrix.
Interesting.
His refrigerator in particular, it has a camera on it.
So that's some shooting out ice.
Yeah, his refrigerator is a smart fridge.
Not for long.
Okay, I mean, I will try to work with this.
He also, you can also see that there is a computer that is hooked up to the Matrix within one of the bedrooms.
That's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Is it hooked up to like a speaker system? Like, is there a way to like broadcast sound from the computer?
You could attempt, yeah.
Okay.
Not sure what Matrix action that would be. Probably
I
have
don't
to
know.
look through those
I'll look.
billion Matrix
Yeah, I'll look.
actions and see if that's
I'll look.
or something we can get close to with it. Yeah.
I'm kind of nudging Wildfire. Like, do you think the others have a sense of, what's going on with these guys pounding on the door? Like, should we
Probably not.
give them a video feed or something? Or
Yeah, probably. Do you know how to do that on your comm?
not so good for Comblick, to be honest.
I also don't know how to do that on my comm.
Oh my god, I made the text bigger. It shouldn't be that hard to figure out.
And Lip,
This
it's
is
firearms and agility.
Firearms agility. As you guys are firing up to the balcony.
Really? I just flung 2 of my dice at the window.
Oh no.
Those don't count.
They are outside.
They're out the
I
window.
couldn't tell. They're literally out the window.
They're on Matthew's front lawn right now.
I got
That
4
is
hits.
4 hits. You did it. You
Yeah, 4
succeeded.
hits and 3 glitches, but nothing.
You
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
your
Yeah, I
grappling
got
gun
5 hits and one glitch.
both
I could
simultaneously swing around the edge of the balcony, and you guys immediately start to retract up Batman style as you guys
Oh no.
up the side of the building. Heading on. Both of you make perception checks for me, please, as you're heading up.
I'm moving my dice tray.
What did you find, Cypher?
It's control device.
Control device, exactly. Yes. Do you want to try to make it sound like something, or are you trying to make it say something?
Yeah, I want it to call it into the bedroom where the computer is.
You want to call the doctor into the bedroom where the computer is?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll for that. I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure it's logics and electronic. Let me just double check.
That's
Yep.
6 hits and no fails for the perception check.
Wow.
4 hits, 3 fails.
Oh, nice. I would say probably Gear Jammer has a better view of this as you guys are heading up. But you notice, Gear Jammer, as you're zicking up, something catches your eye as you look back down. Around the back side of the building, where you just catch a glimpse of it as you're going and getting a higher vantage point heading up, there are some motorcycles parked around back. Looks like about 5 of them.
Any of them look like that green Kawasaki I saw?
It's dark. It's hard to tell colors. Yeah, they look like just dark, shadowy motorcycles. What was your roll you were making again, Sype? What was it?
Control device.
Control device. That was it. Crash program. Where's control device at? There it is.
As he's rappelling up, Guillermo's going to send in the comm link to everybody.
I'm gonna use another edge.
5 bikes.
Hmm.
So everybody gets a blip. There's a bunch of motorcycles parked right outside the building.
I'm holding onto my grapple gun, but I turn myself towards you, and with my comm link, I'm just gonna communicate "Day cute?" ?
Oh, you know what?
I'm gonna slowly like type out onto the comm link. There
Oh no.
are
Type so fast. Slow down.
angry PPL smiley face with the colon and the parenthesis.
His comm link doesn't even turn it into an emoji. It just sends the colon smiley face through the text chat.
Oh boy.
Christy, I believe the control device requires you to have, like, you would have to either backdoor his computer
Okay.
to gain access to it, or brute force his computer to gain access to it first.
Well, I'm
This
trying
is
to just.
building up a lot of heat, right? Not heat, Overwatch.
I
It
haven't-
could.
It would. It could.
Heroes never die.
Yeah, hacking into it would be illegal, but the actual controlling it once you're in doesn't raise your Overwatch.
Right.
Because it basically perceives you as, hey, you're the admin or the user of this, or the, so it just keeps on going.
Yeah. Based off the time, how long do I think I have before Kill Switch and Gear Jammer get up there?
Less than a minute.
Ooh. Ooh.
It's something that had to be done pretty fast.
Yeah. Can I tell if this room is closer to where they're, like, would it take him farther away from them?
It would take you, it would take him away from the main door and into, like, kind of like the corner of the complex.
But it would take them away from the door or the windows that they're coming up on?
You know that the
Based
room,
off the map?
the room that, based off the map, what you're feeling is that room is away from the windows, so it wouldn't, he wouldn't be able to see the
Okay.
windows.
Yeah, I need to give them as much time of distraction as possible, so I'm
Okay.
gonna just brute force it.
Okay. Brute force.
Jack, what if we just took these guys out and then the doctor like owed us, you know, because we saved them.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I'll start preparing a mana ball.
I'm gonna start summoning a spirit.
Oh god. Oh god. You guys sent these two in by themselves?
Yeah. Well, I was supposed to be babysitting, but I'm a little distracted.
You guys get ready to roll what it is you guys are doing.
Okay.
And these
7
guys,
hits, 1 glitch.
7 hits, 1 glitch. You are fine. You have you back.
Oh, I didn't even roll the. Hang on, there might be more. No, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a rating 3 fire spirit.
Oh god.
So I would just like to point out our shaman is summoning pissed off Callista.
Basically, yes.
Sorcery and magic.
Yeah.
So
I remember
your-
what happened that last time we summoned that spirit.
Your Overwatch.
No, that was a type 2.
Overwatch
This one's going to be
increases by
worth
2.
blow up the building.
Oh.
2.
2. And you have access to it. And what did you roll for your control device roll?
It was 6 hits, 1 glitch.
Sure. You have control of it.
You said it increases by 2?
Your Overwatch is by 2. Yep.
Okay, so it's back to what it was earlier, yesterday. Fine, whatever. I'll clean it later.
And you guys.
And it's just, yeah, I'm gonna control it to, like, basically make, it's gonna start playing Kanjani 8. It's gonna start playing one of my favorite boy band songs just to get its attention and just blast it.
Blasting it through the speakers of the computer. Absolutely. As that happens, you guys are reaching the top of the balcony and kind of unstrapping these cables from around the balcony railing, and you can see through the windows. There's an individual inside. He's got most of the lights off in the place. There's just like one light that's lit in the living room, like a lamp, and he is pushing looks like to be pieces of furniture in front of the other side of the door. And then all of a sudden he looks to the side suspiciously and then starts to walk slowly to the right and opens a door and then disappears into the room beyond. If you guys can hear, when he opens the door, there's like music blasting from inside.
I want to command Disco Paco to follow me closely, and I want to try and stealth low and keep underneath the furniture, try and see if I can get around to a better vantage point of the room that he went into.
Yeah, you get yourself to a better vantage point, but it's a door and a wall. Like he went into another room that doesn't have any window on the inside. So you can see into like through the kitchen, and beyond the kitchen is where he went into this room. But you can hear now you guys can hear the pounding at the door and people yelling. But it's hard to hear what they're saying because this happy K-pop is playing in the background
J-pop.
as well. J-pop, got you.
He's playing.
Gear German's going to open the door.
The sliding glass door?
Yep.
It's locked.
Can I tell by looking at it? Does it look like it's one of those locks that on the inside you turn and it like lifts up the lever bar?
Unfortunately, this one is actually a digital lock. It looks like it has. It looks like from the other side. It looks like it has like a little key card thing that you slide through it and immediately unlocks it.
Okay, so I would like to use the key card slot and turn on my laser sword and slide it into the key slot.
The key slot is actually on the inside. Like you guys are just seeing two doors stuck together there. Like you could slide your laser sword right through the crack if you want to try to do that.
Yeah, let's just do that. Or no, this makes more sense to my character. I want to use the laser sword to carve out a sectional of the window to come in.
Okay. so basically, Kill Switch produces
Plunger.
his lightsaber, and as you're doing this to basically carve this Wildfire, what did you roll?
Oh god, I can't see with these goggles.
And then after this roll is done, everybody be prepared to roll initiative.
Oh.
And I'm actually, rather than doing a mana ball, I'm gonna bring up an air spirit.
Oh, you're gonna summon too?
Yeah.
Oh god,
Okay.
spirits on spirits on spirits.
I have
Even out the odds a little.
4 successes
Shit hit the fan. Your jammer's
and
going
1
through the window.
failure.
4 successful failure. You successfully summon a level 3 fire spirit, but you must resist 3 drain for me.
Okay.
And then why don't the rest of you just go ahead and roll initiative so you'll have your numbers ready.
Initiative.
Do I roll Matrix Initiative?
Oh, because you're in the Matrix.
Yes, go ahead and roll your matrix initiative.
I got 2 successes.
Real quick, what was initiative made up of again?
It's your
Reaction and intelligence?
Intuition. Reaction and intuition.
you take 1 box of stun damage, wildfire as you resist 2 out of the 3.
Okay.
Oh, I like that number.
And then since I got 4 successes, I get 4 commands, right?
Yes, 4 commands.
Okay.
And I will say you'll be able to command it on your turn. Because now
Right.
that you summoned it into existence in the middle of this lobby, I'm going to give us some combat music, because it doesn't look like things are going to be handled with... I don't even know if I've got good combat music for Shadowrun yet. I might just put on one of our traditional Probo tracks. Here we go.
I missed that Dappa Barrel one.
Oh, there we go.
This
It won't let me turn the volume down. It's way too loud. Oh well. Thank you, Roll20. Here we go, guys. Let me know what you guys roll on your initiatives.
I got
I'm so
12.
sorry. What is initiative
12.
again?
So roll 1d6 plus your reaction plus intuition,
Okay.
and you add all those numbers together.
What does AR mean?
Augmented reality.
Augmented reality.
Okay.
So I rolled a 17.
You're probably in cold sim right now, probably, Cypher.
Okay.
Michael,
You
did
have
you
a
catch that?
17.
17.
Yeah, 17 for
Gear
Gear Jammer.
Nice.
I have a 16.
16.
Yeah, I rolled a 6 on the die, and I have an 11 to start, so.
Oh, snap. You're just right neck and neck with me with my... by the way, it's important to note, I
Oh
bit
my
my
God.
tongue and set off my nervous system.
No, nice.
Yes.
2, 1.
That is awesome. I love it. Our first major combat of our
Yeah.
Shadowrun.
All right.
What'd you end up having, Wildfire?
9.
9. What'd you have, Cypher?
21.
Jesus.
Oh, snap. Well, it's because it's fast.
I'm in the
Matrix is faster
I'm in the
than
Matrix.
Um,
Yeah, I'm data processing.
You're still in the Matrix. Is there anything that you would do? You have a... I don't know how many Matrix actions you get in a turn. I think it's
It should be...
Didn't we have a cheat sheet for that?
Yeah, there should be... It should be listed in there. It should be about the same, but there should be small... Most of the things that she has are minor actions.
Excuse me.
Was that sent over to us as a through the Dropbox, or was that through the chat?
I think I might have sent that over through Discord.
I don't. How do I know which ones I have?
Shadowrun _combat.
Basically, any of the Matrix actions that you were using.
Oh, okay.
Because you're still in the Matrix. So, wait, cyber combat. I mean, that's not really cyber combat because you're not. Matrix initiative hand is falling. Blah, 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 blah. So, wait, you have your cold sim, so you have. It's 1d6. So basically, you have one minor, one major. But it doesn't.
One minor, one major.
But it doesn't tell you what the difference between minor and major actions is. In the Matrix. So I would say.
Hold on, I'm gonna send you all something. This may help.
Yeah, if anyone has that thing that Michael sent over to, can you throw it in Discord again? I can't find it.
Yeah, new system, folks. We are still learning it, especially combat.
That should
oh
help
wait,
a
here it is.
little bit.
Here it is. On page 185, Matrix actions table. There's minor actions listed and major actions listed. There's only like 6 minor actions, and the rest are all major.
Okay.
Oh.
See at page 185?
I see it. Yep, I see it.
Okay. So you have 1 minor, 1 major in Cold Sim.
What would it be? Would it be perception or search to see if any of these brutes have things I could cyber tech that I could disable?
That's good thinking.
That's cool.
I would say probably Matrix perception, so you could use your minor to do that.
Okay.
Oh, I think this is the same. So, Chrissy, you can save this cheat sheet that I put on Discord.
Electronics and intuition.
There's Matrix actions. What the hell are combat actions?
I'll get the combat action cheat sheet up as well. The dang.
So that's 5 successes, no failures.
5 successes, no failures.
This should help you, man. It's not the whole thing.
They all have comm links on them. Seems like you can see that one is probably a rating 4 comm link. A couple of them are rating 3, and a couple are rating 2.
Okay. So they don't have any weapons that I can, like, get into.
Oh, they do. 2 of them are carrying pistols, and it seems like one of them is carrying a submachine gun.
Can I hack into that?
Which with the submachine gun?
Yeah, I guess.
The guns are considered on the Matrix. These ones are.
Okay, so I guess. What is that? Brute force?
Yeah, you can brute force the gun. Yeah.
Or can I crash program? Or do I have to brute force first before I crash program?
Double check crash program. If it requires like admin access to do it, then you would need to hack into it. Yeah. Gear Jammer and Kill Switch, you both get ready. You guys are going to kind of be on deck.
Yep.
You can learn what your target is running either with a matrix perception action or by observing the program in action.
So I could overload it. It doesn't say that I need. Oh, I do need admin. Okay, so I need to
admin.
brute force this thing. Yep.
Okay. So you can go ahead
yep.
and your brute force will be your major for this turn.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh boy, this is so much dice.
Oh, no, that's 5th edition. That doesn't help me.
Oh yeah, because the 6th edition put movement into that.
Yeah.
Do I have this?
Michael, do you still have that file handy by any chance that you can relink?
I do, but I'm afraid if I try to open it right now, it's going to mess up my computer.
Fair enough. Can anybody find that thing anywhere?
Yeah, I just have 5th edition that I got pulled up.
Wait, what is this that we're looking for?
Oh, the combat action table that Michael gave us.
The cheat sheet.
Yeah.
Quick cheat
Yeah.
sheet.
What?
Oh wait, never mind. I just found it.
Go ahead, Cypher. What'd you have?
6 successes, 2 failures.
Yep, you're in the submachine gun.
Awesome, that's my turn.
All right. That ends Cypher's turn. Actually, second to go is the guy with long green hair and the 2 swords.
Oh.
He whips around and sees this fiery form standing in the lobby ahead of a Mario and Luigi. And then you hear the female with the mohawk like right beside him. Gravity, look at this. Look at these punks trying to come in here and ruin our stuff. And then all of a sudden he pulls out these 2 swords. One is like a full-size katana that he's holding in his right hand. The other one, I'm not sure what they're called, but they're like a small katana. It's like a dagger
Like the
size.
wakizashi?
Yeah, that's it.
Katana.
Yeah, and he pulls these 2 things out and then runs closer to you and dives behind one of the
Naruto
couches.
runs.
And that ends his turn. So that brings us up to Gear Jammer.
Okay, so this so where I'm sitting right by the door, you said I can see a keypad on the opposite side of the wall.
It's not necessarily a keypad. It's just like a thing where it's like this little thing that pops out, like a credit card slider kind of thing. But currently there's a giant hole being carved out of it by Kill Switch, and he actually finished up, and there's a big circle hole in the glass of the door.
Oh, if he's already got then.
Yep.
Just let me see here. Okay, so I can move up to 10 meters. Okay. But we don't have any idea what's going on out front, or can we hear all the racket coming in?
Well, you heard banging on the door in the front, and you can see this guy's obviously trying to barricade the door on the inside.
Okay.
So something's going on.
So, going to walk into the room.
And then remember,
Right next-
Wildfire texted all of you.
Oh, that's right. He did tell us that crap was going on out front. Okay, how far to the front door?
To the front door, you'd have to sprint to get to the front door.
Oh,
You can get across the kitchen, but you're not going to get the whole way to the main foyer.
Okay, I'm unwilling to sprint.
Okay.
So let's see here. I'm just trying to see what all these. Yeah. So, what is it to draw a weapon? It's not on that cheat sheet.
Major action.
Really?
Okay, so it is a
Unless you do
major
quick
action.
draw.
Yeah, no, it's don't want to quick draw. Oh yeah, drawing or readying a weapon.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna with my movement, can I get to the point between the kitchen that's like, would I be able to get to the door
Yeah. Basically,
he went in?
when you come into the kitchen, you're basically looking at the door he went in. You're only like 2 feet away from it. And then when you go to the left, you can see the barricade with a little foyer, and then the front door.
Okay.
It's like the foyer's connected to the living room, and then the kitchen is right beside it where you guys are coming in.
So getting as far as I can with my movement and pulling up the Mossberg.
The Mossberg. Shotgun?
And yep.
Oh, nice.
And facing towards the front door.
Okay, excellent. Kill switch, you're up.
I want to. How far is my like hiding spot in the room to the front door, where I'm hearing the noise at?
As you kind of got in, you would probably have to use your full movement coming into the living quarters. It's probably, this is a pretty big place, so it's gonna require a sprint to get to that front door.
I would. Well, this is important to know. Do I hear like? Does it sound kind of like the sound is coming from right up against the door?
From the banging, yeah.
Then I would like to use my 2 minor actions to move up to the door, and I would like to use my major action to just jab my sword through the door.
Unfortunately, on the move rules, I think it says that you can only move once as a minor action. Like you can't do like 2
if I'm
moves.
sprinting, it's a major.
If you have to sprint, if you have to do 2 moves, it requires you to take the sprint major action. Is what the rule says.
Would I be able to do like spin both of my minor actions to do a sprint to the door, and then have the major action to be the attack? Because I remember I have 1 minor action and 2 major action and 2 minor actions.
Well, it also says in the rules that you have to have 4 minor actions equal a major action.
Oh, so I had to use all of my action to sprint to the door.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, that is rough. Because that changes everything.
That's why I pulled my gun.
Yeah.
I mean, I have my Black Sword Scorpion. If I were to use my entirety of my movement, how much of a shot could I get off? Like, what range would that shot be at?
You'd be like within 10. Well, it'd be more like 3 meters to the door that's being barricaded.
Would
So
that
like
be
almost
like in
10
the
feet.
classification of like? Would that be like near or far?
It wouldn't be close, but it would be the next one. It would be near.
Okay, I will then get to the door and just fire off. Then
You gonna fire through the door?
Yeah, blast through the door.
Okay. Did you already have your weapon drawn? Because that takes a major action. Because you currently had your laser sword in your hands, so.
Yeah, it would be a full action because I already have it in my hand. Unless I just quick draw and fire, but I would take a penalty, I think, on that to just fire blindly. Then I'll just draw it. I'll use that action to just draw it,
okay.
and we'll both be aiming at the door.
Aiming at the door. Nice. Oh my god, I love
This
it.
guy's gonna walk into his room, see the 2 of us standing here with guns drawn, looking at his front door, and have a heart attack.
Hey, thanks, Victoria. We just got some bits for MG's cheese ball. So that's great.
Oh, I didn't have my audio on. It wasn't ASMR.
All right. All of a sudden, that woman with the mohawk sees this guy she called Gravity pick up his weapons and get ready. She goes ahead and she unsheathes her sword, runs forward, and dives behind the same couch. That ends her turn, and that brings us up to Jack. You're up.
Alrighty. I'm just gonna use the old mana ball and the crowd guys that haven't moved yet.
Okay.
So this is a direct magic attack.
Oh boy. Direct magic.
Yeah.
I gotta remember what I gotta roll to avoid this.
If I recall, it is direct. It opposes their willpower plus intuition.
Jesus.
So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'm rolling. See how many hits I get on this mana ball. Oh my gosh. Okay, I got 4 hits.
4 hits.
Yeah.
Okay, how much damage does Mana Ball do?
Mana ball does That's a great question. Damage is no. The DV of it is 5, the drain value. So
Okay.
I wonder how that affects. Yeah, how does the damage do?
For mana ball?
It should be listed next to the spell.
Mana ball, LOSA, type M, duration I, DV5, damage P.
Wait, what
Maybe
was the last
Wait,
bit?
yeah, you cut out right as you were saying damage.
Damage P, as in Peter.
Physical.
It's piercing. Yeah, physical.
Physical damage.
Physical.
Is there no number?
Oh, never mind. Net. Okay. When you cast a direct combat magic, net hits become damage and are added to any ammo damage.
Oh, snap.
Net hits become
That's
damage.
huge.
Yeah, but if they avoid some of it, your net hits is what the damage is, right? So you said 4
Yeah.
hits. Well, this guy,
Yeah, I have 4 hits.
They rolled 2 hits, so that means it only does
Okay.
two physical damage to all 3 of them.
Okay.
Okay, so you take that. They also get to try to soak some of the damage.
Go ahead. Oh, and then I have to do. I have to make sure that I'm.
Training.
Yeah.
They actually soak and only take 1 physical damage from that mana ball as it explodes. You see that distorted kind of ball move across the room like almost like heat coming from a road from a little ball. Explodes
Yep.
and does 1 physical to each one of those guys.
And I'm gonna take 3 stun damage from the drain on that one.
Jesus.
Oh,
Yeah, drain is brutal.
that is brutal.
Yeah. It's like, ugh, and then I'll use my my minor action to get as far away from the 2 samurai sword wielding people as I can.
Okay. Yeah, you're just inside the room, just on the back of the elevator.
Oh crap!
But yeah, they're probably within half of a movement, like to you guys. That ends Jack's turn and brings us to Wildfire. You're up next.
All right, I'm gonna command my spirit to throw all of them out the window.
Okay. Excellent. So your spirit moves up towards the couch. I guess the first one it would get to would be that guy Gravity. So you need to, I guess this would be a grapple check with your fire spirit to try to grab a hold of this guy.
How do I do a grapple check?
I think that's your strength plus
What is that?
there is a rule for grapple somewhere in combat. Combat options. Grapple, here it is, page 111. Grapple. Close combat plus agility test.
Does your spirit have close combat?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Nice. And remember, it's force 3, so whatever F is in that character sheet is a 3.
Right. So what do I for close combat? Is just that just 1 die?
If it just has close combat listed and doesn't have a number beside it, it would just be 1 die.
Okay, and agility.
And agility, yes.
Okay. 2 fails, no.
2 fails, no successes.
no.
Your fire spirit sets the couch on fire.
Wonderful.
And now the couch is starting to lick with flames.
Nice.
Oh, great.
I think, is a commanding spirit a major action or a minor action? Does anybody have
I
that
have no idea.
up there?
I think it's minor.
It's minor? Okay, so you still have a
Command
major
spirit
action.
is minor, yeah.
You still have a major
Okay.
action that you can do.
All right, cool. Well, I'm just gonna I was gonna do that, but that's a lot of drain. Screw it. I'm going to fireball the people that are still close to each other.
Oh, God.
I'm so
Do
glad I'm
it.
not in there right now.
It's gonna be this is gonna be a mess. Fireball.
We're gonna take so much heat, like literal heat, and
Yeah.
also Shadowrun heat.
Oh yeah. Prepare for 672 heat, y'all.
I'm already on 20 Overwatch. I don't know what y'all are complaining about.
What is our team heat?
This
Our
is just
team
Luigi
heat
throwing a fireball. I got the flower. Yeah.
is 2.
Team Heat is 2.
Oh, okay.
I'm the only one with Overwatch at this point because, you know.
Well, Cypher has.
I
Well,
have
Cypher
6.
brought it back up.
I have 6 Overwatch at the moment.
Yeah, but that doesn't count. She's going to go home and clean herself again.
I am.
Oh gosh. Oh boy.
Wait a
I
second.
also need to do some submersion. I want to ask Lip about that later.
So here comes the fireball.
Oh, diving in.
Yeah.
I got 4 successes and 3 failures.
4 successes, huh?
Yes.
So let's. What does it say your damage for fireball is? What should it say right there? It just says physical. And oppose the burning status. Oh,
Yep.
goodness gracious. Damage, it says peace special. What does that mean?
Damage is a caster's magic divided by 2, rounded up, plus net hits, plus amp up damage.
Yeah, so the fire is going to amp it. Like that one time, that one person
Wait,
named
say-
Jack summoned the spirit.
Say it
we had to
with say it
fight.
without the amp up at the end, MG. What'd you say it was?
Sure, damage is a caster's magic divided by 2, rounded up, plus net hits.
So you have.
Oh, that's
So-
nice.
So you have
4 plus 4.
You 8 damage. 8
Yes.
physical damage. Gosh gracious.
Oh my
Um,
gosh.
And it's going to amp up from the fire, so every round they have to
Oh,
try
yeah,
and
it does,
suffice.
it does put burning status on them. They soak 1 of those damage points, so it does
Wow.
7 damage, physical damage, and they are all on fire.
Whoops.
I'm just.
One of them in the back, a guy that seemed to be like an orc that was getting ready to reach for a weapon, screams in terrible pain, writhes around a little bit, these flames licking up his body, and rolls onto the ground and is motionless.
Yay.
Yeah.
And
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is the door still in one piece that they were all standing in front of?
It is, but you guys can now feel some heat coming from the other side. And you guys
I made
heard
4 saves on my drain, by the way.
4 saves on your
So
drain.
I only take 2 drains.
Oh.
2 drains, so 2
nice.
stun damage to your drain. And that brings us to, well, that guy doesn't get to go. He never got a chance. This
Rip.
other
Kitty, how
guy,
are you looking for stun damage?
Press F in chat.
you press F in chat for that one guy that never got to see
I'm right in the middle, you know.
burning. So
Yeah, but how many things do you have filled out at the bottom?
Huh? What are you talking about?
How many boxes do you already have marked off down at the bottom for your stun?
3? Did he have?
Yeah, because if you get
6.
to. So you should have -2 to all your die
Yeah,
rolls.
Yeah, I do now, yeah. Before I had -1 to all my dice.
Oh boy.
Now I just have to be careful.
He has to resist some fire damage because he's on fire.
Yes.
Oh gosh, that's not good. As he reaches down, he's licking up flames. He's running around. He bounces off the side of the wall, rolls over, and does the same thing the other guy did as he tries to begin his turn, and falls over to the floor and is just a burning corpse on the
Yay!
floor. So,
Yeah.
the havoc of Wildfire is beginning to take place here in the lobby as those 2 guys are down. That brings us up to the top of the order, which is Cypher. You're back up again.
All right. Was he reaching for this gun at all?
Was he reaching for the gun?
Yeah.
He was.
Is he dead?
He is. Yeah.
Oh damn!
He's
I did all that for
But
nothing.
you're chilling in his submachine gun right now.
Oh.
Could it just lay
Can
there
I-
and start...
Can I? Yeah. Could I try and shoot it? Could I shoot it at someone?
See, I don't think they. I think you can just brick it. I think that's what you can brick.
Yeah, you can just turn it
You
off.
can just kind of turn it off. You can't really make it fire or anything like
Okay.
that. Basically, you can basically.
She's trying to shoot Jack.
Wait!
Well, I'm picturing the
Hold
guy
up.
sitting there with the submachine gun aimed at Jack, and Cypher's trying to make it fire. Because we're all on the same page here. I think she was trying to shoot Wildfire, but then crazy fire person will run crazier.
Yeah, I think. Oh. Could I like data spike this thing?
Yeah, that would be the equivalent of breaking it. Yeah. Basically, you're attacking the inner functions, the digital functions of the gun to basically stop it from working.
Sorry, I'm just checking.
Gear jammer and kill switch. Be ready. You're coming up.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that. 'Cause I'm trying to remember. Oh, a crash program. That's what I'm looking at. Yes, I'm going to crash the program.
All right. Do it.
Nobody's ever using this. Cypher, here to end violence.
That's our bad. That's cool. Oh, that's not.
Don't forget, I think for each one of these rolls, you're adding an edge point to
Yep.
a maximum of 7.
Oh yeah, I've just been using them as I get them.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I should have asked you your attack rating on that. You probably would have had a point of edge for your last attack, MG,
Nice.
because your attack rating is probably through the roof with your magic and sorcery the way it is.
Yeah. And then I have the analytical mind. Every time I use logic.
Oh my god, I did
Yep.
so good. So, 6,
7 successes, three glitches.
Nobody's using that gun for a long time.
Hell
That
yeah!
gun is bricked. All of a sudden, actually, that when the guy drops the gun to the floor, you guys watch the gun kind of spark a little bit, and some smoke kind of rises up from the gun.
Yay!
Wildfire thinks he did it.
and
I guess I will do. Can I just change targets? Like, could I find a different target? Like, I guess perception?
Yeah, like, you're looking for a weapon?
Yeah, like something else I can do that, like if I were to do a matrix perception in this immediate area, is there anything that's popping out to me that I could help my friends?
Well, you knew that there were still 2 pistols.
Pistols.
2 pistols and 5 comlinks.
Are they alive?
The sprinklers, the fire sprinklers.
Oh.
That's actually pretty
Do you
good.
want me to turn them on or off?
You get some voice chats coming through. Sprinklers! Sprinklers on the 16th
Same.
floor.
Wait, but my fire spirit might not like that.
Oh, yeah.
Nope, not at
And
all.
they haven't triggered yet by themselves?
Not yet.
Okay.
It is so pretty fast.
So who's the
This
one
is all-
with a
this
live
is all
gun? Like
happening
he's
in
alive?
seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, who's the guy that's alive with a gun?
You're just looking through the matrix. You're not really 100% sure. You just see.
But
like,
is there a gun that's like not moving? Because wouldn't it position be?
It's that movement and things like that within the Matrix are a little bit ambiguous. It's
Yeah.
hard to.
All right. So I'm actually going to. I don't think I can do much with a minor action anymore.
Okay. You could.
So I think I'm just gonna
Yeah, you-
focus. Let's switch interface mode. I don't even know what that is.
Like if you want to go from cold sim to hot sim,
What's hot sim?
basically you go a little bit quicker, your initiative improves, but you take physical instead of stun damage if you get into any, combat, because you're basically giving up like your firewalls and defenses to get more speed and to do more things.
Okay, that is it. I will just start focusing on the comms link, but I don't think I can do anything else at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wildfire, what is your defense rating for your fire spirit? Just out of curiosity.
4.
4. Okay. This guy, Gravity, gets a point of edge as he stands up and begins to start basically just taking swipes at your fire spirit. He makes one attack with his katana in his one hand and one hand with his smaller sword. He's going to use a point of edge to adjust a 4 to a hit on the second one. So the first sword scores 3 hits. So you need to make reaction intuition rolls for your fire spirit. You make 1 and it's against both of these attacks.
Okay. Just one roll?
Just one roll, and then tell me how many hits you get.
Okay. 4.
4 hits?
4.
Excellent.
Yeah.
The flames are just starting to lick up the couch, and at the point where he gets his swords ready to drive into the fire spirit, the sprinklers come on. And when both swords come down into the couch, they just sink into the couch and sort of carve into the couch, missing your fire spirit. He gets frustrated and yanks both swords. He looks over. Camille! Mages! Take out the mages!
We're all
great.
That ends his turn, and that brings us to Gear Jammer. You guys have heard this.
Okay.
And now all of a sudden you hear like a bell ringing. All on the 16th floor.
Okay, so how much stuff has he got in front of the door?
It looks like you put the coffee table, and it looks like a large potted plant.
So it's easy enough for me to just walk over, given my size, and get right up against the door.
Absolutely.
Do I hear anything on the other side of the door?
You hear chaos.
Okay, let me rephrase that a little bit. Does it sound like there's anybody relatively close to the door?
It's
Sizzling bodies.
It does. You hear what sounds like somebody readying and cocking a weapon.
Okay. Blindly firing my burst fire shotgun. Just gonna right into the door.
Like a Home Alone or something.
So burst fire, I think what you can do is you can, since you're doing like burst fire.
So burst fire, it basically, because it pumps out multiple shots with one pull, it lowers the attack rating but increases the damage.
Jesus. Okay. I'm gonna say since you're firing through this door, we will go ahead. I will say since you're firing blindly, we'll take like maybe a 2 dice penalty from your dice pool.
Oh, okay.
But you can go ahead and roll that up.
See, I gotta look up my skill because I don't know how to fire my gun.
There is a whole
I'll tell ya.
there is a whole like section in here on how to fire through like walls and stuff, but it's like 3 pages long, and I don't want to go look at
It's
that
your
right now.
firearms plus your agility.
Thank you. Okay, minus the
-2.
Okay. Michael, so we're going to -2, and let's. Okay, so it's going to do that. Okay. That is. Okay. That is 5 successes, 1 glitch.
Oh Jesus. So, Jack, Wildfire. The sprinklers just came on. You just watch this guy like hack into the couch. All of a sudden, holes start to appear in the door behind, and these loud shotgun blasts, blasting through. You watch as this other woman that was back there getting her weapon ready hears this just all of a sudden and just goes flying forward. A hole blasted through her back as she goes flying forward and lands on the floor, and a pool of blood is just starting to form out around her. As you hear the sizzling of all the smoke as it's starting to pull out the fire, your fire spirit Wildfire looks extremely agitated. Yes. Anything with your minor action? Or did you just move up to the door and fire? Was that your whole turn?
Could that be my minor action?
Yeah. Subtle. Send a message to everybody.
I sent a message with a gift of just this lady, like, subtle.
Excellent.
I don't even know if you need the damage information on it, but
no. She only had 1 physical box left.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, you destroyed her.
Yep, and that'll
Make sure you guys are keeping track of ammunition if you're firing weapons too, because I'm not going to be able to keep track of all of that.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
we have so
much going on as it is.
And that's why I have the drum ammo on this thing.
Yeah, I have a drum ammo too.
So
this
you
is
got.
gonna take a while.
Well, could I? Let me ask this: how large of a hole did I put in the door? Is it enough for me to? Do I have any left movement that I could step out? Oh, that's small enough.
Probably a little bit bigger than a softball, because you're standing right next to it.
Oh, no, that'll do it.
All right, kill switch.
I see this blast happen, and you shot. Did you shoot like the door? So essentially, it's just gonna fly open with very little movement.
You could probably give it a good kick, and it'd probably come open. Yeah.
All right, then I'm kicking and firing the first non-mage that I see.
Okay, as you kick it open, like you see the chaos, you see the fire starting to be put out on 2 corpses. Uh-oh. Oops. Sarah's jumping in. So, oops. I like that. That was good on stream. Oops.
That's the last sound that the woman made before she died.
Exactly. But as you kick open the door, you see that the woman is standing back behind the couch with her sword. It looks like she's getting ready to stand up, but she's getting sopping wet. Her mohawk is starting to fall down on her face, and she quickly turns around, and she is actually the first person you see.
Blasting her.
Oh no.
Let's see. Looking at this. So, oh shit. Okay. And then firearms is that plus agility 7. That is Jesus Christ. That's 7 hits.
7 hits.
Yes.
You hit, and whatever your damage is, you get to add 4.
She's close, I'm assuming.
This would be close range, yes.
So that's 14.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we gotta resist some damage here. Let's see if she resists any of this. What gun is this?
This is my Seska Black Scorpion. 510.
Okay, so she does resist 4. But you
So she takes
blast a gigantic hole in her chest. And she slams back against the couch that's being put out of the flames are being put out, and she kind of slides down. You can see blood starting to seep all over the couch. You start running down. Ah, they're coming from inside.
I'm gonna use my 2 minor actions, but I guess it's just gonna be kind of throwaway. Who do you work for? I'm just gonna hold my gun in her face.
Okay, excellent. It's actually, hey, Spicy Dragon Roll has rated with a party of 7.
Woo-hoo.
Welcome.
Wow.
Thank you guys for
Hey,
coming
folks.
to hang out. Okay, so yeah, you shout this at her, holding the gun in her face. Basically, the other guy that's next to her that doesn't seem to be damaged or at all, it just seems to be kind of soaked. So kind of like looking at you, just saying, "Get away from her!" And it just looks like that he's just not very happy with you coming through, busting through that door. Let's go ahead and go to our next person, which is actually her. She's the next person to act. She's gonna quickly try to basically catch her feet and make a quick katana strike against you. So I need you to roll your reaction plus intuition.
Oh wait, who's this?
The woman is attacking you with her sword.
Oh, okay. So my reaction plus intuition.
But I need to take 3 dice away because she's hurting. She tries to take a weak shot at you.
That is 5 hits.
5 hits?
Yeah.
She misses wildly as she's trying to regain her composure. Blood just pouring down the front of her shirt. It's just going crazy with this thing. She looks like she's holding onto the sword so weak she's about to drop it.
Jeez.
That ends her turn. As she just basically spits in your face. And says, and she points back to the door that you guys blew open. We worked for that maggot who didn't pay us.
I'm gonna use my little windshield wiper to wipe away some of the spit.
Very nice. Next up is our friend Jack.
Alrighty. The gravity guy, right? Can I see him at this point?
Yeah, you can see him.
Alrighty, I'm gonna zap him with a lightning bolt.
Yes.
Just Emperor style. Skywalker.
Oh god.
So, what is it? I've got to roll sorcery and magic. He's got to resist with his reaction and willpower.
Yes.
And I'm missing 1 die because I'm a little bit rattled from my mana ball.
Nice.
So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 hits.
4 hits.
Yeah, and the damage they're going to take is my magic divided by 2. That's going to be 4. Plus any net hits.
Okay, you hit, but you don't have any net hits. You just hit him. So what's
So that's no damage, right?
Well, it would be
It's at least 1.
it would be at least 1, so it'd be 1 point.
Okay.
1 point.
But then I think they roll their body to resist damage.
Yeah, he might be able to. Try
Oh wait, so it's damage is my magic divided by 2 plus net hits. So it's okay. So damage is only 4, but then they resist 4 with their body.
Okay, so you said damage was
They
4.
roll their body. Yeah, damage is 4, and then they roll their body to resist it.
Okay, he resists 2. So he
Okay.
takes 2 physical. It is.
Yeah, he takes 2 physical, and then I have to do some.
And as this lightning bolt
One, two.
goes shooting from Jack across the room,
Yeah.
it wraps around him with this electrical energy, and you see him just a little bit trying to hold on to both swords in his hands.
And I am gonna spend 2 edge to get to bump one of my 4s up to a 5, and then I'm gonna still take some drain.
Oh, how
take
much?
2 drain damage
two
here. So
drain.
2 stun.
Oh, you're up to 2
Yeah.
stun now?
Well, I'm up to 5 stun
Oh, nice.
now.
Oh.
So I'm like, End turn.
End turn for Jack. That brings us up to
Yeah.
Wildfire.
So my spirits just try to window
Okay.
because that was his command.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, was he still commanded? Is he still trying to grab that guy and throw him out the window?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
You can go ahead
He
and
does it. He keeps trying to do it until he does
So
it.
does it? Excellent. Go ahead and try
Yeah.
to make your grapple check again with him. Okay.
Okay. So I rolled 6 dice, and I got 3 fails.
So that's a glitch.
Would you have any successes?
1 success.
Okay, yeah. So you glitch. Surprisingly
Oh, no.
enough,
Let's just
even though the sprinklers are dumping a ton of water on you guys, this fire spirit is continually catching the couch on fire, and the couch is still set ablaze.
Nice. He's doing a good job.
Yeah. So you got, and unfortunately, your fire spirit is unable to grapple him.
Okay.
And it's strange when you watch your fire spirit trying to grab a hold of him. It's almost like as this guy moves, there's this little bit of this green kind of glow coming from some of his arms and legs as he's dodging the grapple.
Huh. Well, with my major action, I'm just gonna take out the jar of alcohol.
Okay. Are you shoving the rag inside of it?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Good. I love where this is going.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Wildfire's turn is over. Brings us back to the top with Cypher.
Okay.
He is still in the Matrix.
Hell yeah. So,
I love it.
I think
It's- hmm.
yeah, I will do brute force, I guess.
What you doing brute force on?
The comms link,
Which one?
the high one.
The highest rating one? Okay. Excellent.
Yeah.
Let me double check what I have to roll, but you can go ahead and roll your brute force.
Okay. Yeah.
Go to my gear section here.
Edge to make that 5. Oh yeah.
I'm rolling like crap tonight.
I'm rolling so good. I'm so scared. That's 10 hits, 1 glitch.
God. Yes, you have brute force.
And
your way
I
into this
used
combo.
I used an edge to make it 1, so it was 9. Now it's 10,
Okay,
just in case
fantastic.
because you said it was high.
Your Overwatch score increases by 1. But you are now you've hacked into brute force into this rating 4 comlink.
Okay.
That was your major.
I don't think I can do anything else at this moment.
Okay, perfect. It's Gravity's turn. He looks and sees Kill Switch standing right there.
Yep.
Steps up to Kill Switch and is going to try to make 2 swipes at Kill Switch. So I need you to make one reaction plus intuition roll against these two sword swipes. He's going to split his dice pool to attack with both of his weapons.
That's 9. Yeah, 9.
Katana blade.
Nope, I can't do it.
Okay. 4 hits.
4 hits. He misses with his first attack, his main katana, but his smaller katana actually catches you in the side, and he slices across, and you feel a little bit of burn of that pain. You are going to need to resist 4 physical damage.
4 physical damage.
Yes.
What's my resist? It's my
Willpower?
Body plus armor.
okay.
Is your dice roll?
Yes. That's a lot too. This seems way outnumbered. Oh, that is not good.
Uh-oh.
That's only 3 hits.
So you resisted 3 physical, which was the amount of damage that was done. So
Jesus.
you're basically, when you're going into like this battle rage as you step up, and they cut your side, and you just don't give a crap. It's just, you can feel the blood starting to run down your side a little bit, but he's just standing there looking at you, and he's just shocked. And he looks down. He looks down at the woman who's just bleeding out profusely from the chest. I think it's time we went. It looks like they're getting cold feet. Gear Jammer, you're the next up.
Okay, so got a question for you. For quick draw, where you can quick draw a pistol or pistol-sized weapon.
Yeah.
Would I be able to quick draw and fire the grapple gun that is housed in my arm?
I would say yes, but the problem you're going to have is you still have your shotgun right now. Doesn't it cost you anything to? Does it cost you an action to stow it?
You could drop it.
You could drop it.
Yeah. So that's 2 minor actions.
Drop an object. Wow.
Yeah, because these
Okay, so
these actions are only like 3 seconds. These turns are really fast.
Right. So to drop it is a minor action,
Yeah.
but to put it away carefully is a full action.
It is.
Yep.
Yes. Basically, you're
So
risking the
I could-
chance of it like accidentally going off or breaking whenever you basically just toss it to the floor. You're basically just throwing
So-
caution to the wind to throw the gun down.
All right. Well, let me fire my thought off at you, because basically, then what I would look to do is carefully stow the shotgun back in its holster,
Okay.
and then quick draw fire my grapple gun, because it has the rope that I can control out to 30 meters.
Okay.
Fire it and have it loop around his neck like a noose.
Oh gosh. You know what? I think the specifics of quick draw say that you do, when you quick draw, you still have a minor action. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, all it says about quick draws, it says used with attack action, quick draw. Oh, used with attack action.
Use with attack.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to attack regardless. So it probably wouldn't. I mean,
Well, no, I wouldn't be able to do both because I
Might be
major action-
stowing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Especially.
So I'm just gonna walk. I'm just gonna walk right up to him. Put the shotgun against him. Pull the trigger.
Oh god. Oh, Jesus.
I'm gonna walk up and realizing we may need information.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna put it against his leg
Mm.
and literally pull the trigger at his kneecap.
Okay. He is.
Oh!
He is definitely going to try to dodge this. So go ahead and roll your attack. What's your attack rating on that shotgun? You know what? What's its point blank attack rating? It's
Let me jump down to it.
Just out of curiosity, I don't think it's gonna matter. That's why I haven't been really talking about edge for this one, because I don't think it's gonna matter that much.
Oh.
Find it. I just.
Oh my God! Wait.
Jesus.
Oh, God. I'm gonna find my shotgun. Sorry.
I'm gonna retire these dice.
You should.
This is terrible.
Matt.
Okay. So shotgun the point. So it says my attack ratings are listed as 4, 11, 7.
4, 11, 7? Oh, because
Yeah.
it's a shotgun, it's not so good at firing point blank. So 4. But it really, what it does is it just allows my guy to have a point of edge. No, it doesn't. Never mind. His defense rating is not high enough. Nope.
Okay, so let's see. In the meantime, though, I got to roll firearms and
Agility.
Matt. Not Matt. Michael.
Yeah.
You should give her. She gets 6 points of damage back. I swapped the two, the DV and the close, so she took 6 less than what she should have taken.
Oh, okay. So she only has 4 physical then instead of 10.
Right.
She's still bleeding pretty bad though.
Real quick, I can use 2 edge to turn a 4 into a 5.
I believe so. Is that right, Christine?
Yep.
Is that what you did with your 4s and 5s?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 2 edge,
Okay, then
edge actions. Yeah.
So I'm going to, and I can burn more
There's
than
a
one.
one.
In the turn.
Hang
You
on.
can burn up to 2. Yeah, or you can burn as many as you want, but you can only do like one of those things per your
Each
turn.
one of them costs a different thing.
Each one of them
Yeah.
costs a different thing. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that.
Oh, okay, so I'm gonna burn. Well, I'm gonna assume it's all my edge because I've got 4. I'm gonna treat it as it's 2 to switch each one unless we are different.
Okay.
That's gonna be 5 hits and no glitches.
I rolled no hits out of all the dice I rolled. So basically, you said 5 hits.
5 hits, like literally barrel against the kneecap.
Okay. So basically, he has to resist your what's your weapons damage?
That's the damage value, right?
Damage V. Yeah, DV is.
Yeah. So it says it's 4, but I want to say you said we
Yep.
were adding
So
2 to it.
it's 6 plus 5
Yeah, 6p.
plus the 5 net hits. So that's 11
It's
damage.
11.
Let's see how he. That's how he resists. He resists 1 of those 11. Oh,
Is he
man.
dead?
He has.
I'm hoping he's not dead. I'm hoping he's just severely wounded, like bleeding out on the ground, so we can talk to him.
Your shotgun blast almost separates his leg from the kneecap down. It's as you blast it, it is just dangling there, and there's just splatter and blood everywhere on the floor, and he's screaming in pain. He drops the smaller katana and reaches down and grabs his thigh right above where you blown his leg off, and he's just like, and he looks in real rough shape, real rough. Kill switch. You just saw that right next to you happen. What would you like to do?
Cut it off. Cut it off.
For my minor action, I'm gonna say which one of you's in charge, and I'm gonna immediately see who reacts first in that moment.
Like, what kind of reaction are you looking for?
The first one to shiver, shake, or jump.
They both just kind of look at each other for a moment. And then as he's like sitting there, he's almost falling over. He's like, "It's me."
I'm gonna point the gun in her face and I'm gonna fire.
At her?
Yep.
Because he was the one who said it was him, right? So you're pointing at the girl?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, this is dark.
This is dark.
That is
1.
You only need 1 edge to re-roll a die.
Oh, okay. So I still have
That's
2.
to
to re-roll,
re-roll,
but not to turn it
but not
into
to
it.
turn
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Oh, to turn it to yeah. So to turn it to a success, then it's then it is 2.
Okay.
If you want to auto make it.
Yeah.
Okay, I made my roll.
I don't think I needed to, but
Because
you know.
I've been re-rolling. I haven't been giving myself auto. I've been
Okay.
re-rolling.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
That is 8.
8.
Yes.
Jesus. What is your weapon's damage?
It's 4.
So
4 piercing.
plus 5. That gives you 9 damage that she's going to attempt to resist as you blast her in the face.
And here we were concerned about, you know.
She resists 3 of that 8. And she looks awful. As this gun blasts in her face, blood is just pouring out from her head, and it blew off basically parts of her head, but she's still kind of standing there for some reason. She is still somehow alive in all this, but she's basically like laying almost prone on the floor, like just withering in pain, reaching up, grabbing her head, trying to cover some of the wounds and stop it from bleeding. They are looking terrible right now.
My last minor action, I'm just gonna look at him and I'm gonna say, "You get out of here and you don't come back."
Okay. He will see what he does on his turn. He looks at you in fear as he's just holding a dangling leg, barely standing up. It's her turn. She uses everything that she has to crawl towards the elevators. And that's all she does.
And I'd just like to point out that it's kill switch and gear jammer, the moral compass of this party.
Jack, that brings us back to you.
I mean, it seems like she's hightailing it out of there, right? What about
She has almost crawled her way towards you, and there's just this
Yeah.
streak of blood, this trail of blood following behind her in the lobby, and the water coming from the sprinkler system is just making the blood kind of pool and puddle around the room.
Yeah.
The couch is still on fire, though.
Gotcha. My fingers are still cracking a little. I'm kind of glancing at kill switch like, are we letting them go? Is that... Does this mean kill or does this mean free?
It's like in the movie Gladiator. It's like...
You get this weird half.
It's literally it's the rock. What about so-and-so? What does that mean?
I'm just gonna chill.
Just gonna chill? Okay. Wildfire.
Yeah.
Anything you do?
I'm also confused as to whether or not we're supposed to be killing them.
Your fire spirit is still trying to follow its command to grab the guy and throw him out the window.
Yeah.
Would you like to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. So now he suffers a -3 penalty to his check.
Oh, that guy's going.
2 successes.
That's it?
2 failures.
2 successes.
Wildfire needs some new dice.
Mm.
You succeed. As the fire spirit reaches down and grabs this man, you hear him start to scream. Yeah, what is going on? I give! And then all of a sudden, the man just goes flying towards the window as the fire spirit whips him to the glass. And you hear shatter, and you just hear, ah! and then nothing. Well, Wildfire, you still have a major action if you'd like to use it.
I didn't expect the window to just immediately give, like, right away.
Oh, right through the glass.
Some cheap windows.
Which
can't
makes it worse
exactly.
because you planned on throwing multiple people against a piece of glass until it broke.
I can't exactly dismiss the fire elemental.
Nope.
He kind of looks at. He kind of looks over to you. Make the water stop.
Leave the building.
I will like that. And he like looks around confused on how to do so. Looks over towards the window. That currently the window is shattered and there's little pieces of glass, and the dude's bottom half of his leg is dangling on the glass of the window.
Trophy.
And then the fire spirit starts lurching towards the window. Anything else?
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna take the rag out of the alcohol.
Excellent. I'm gonna take us out of initiative unless you guys have other things that you'd like to do. It looks like the woman is giving up and is crawling towards the elevators, panicked. But we're gonna go out of initiative order here, as you guys are standing in the room.
I'm gonna let the woman go towards the elevator. I'm gonna walk past the guy who I just spoke to. I'm gonna make sure that my face gets as close to him as possible. I'm gonna walk back into the other room. I'm gonna go kick down the door and find the other guy.
Are you gonna go kick down the doctor's door?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm downloading all their stuff from this comms link.
Okay. Perfect.
And Udemy is just sending a text to the group chat to fill Cypher in on everything.
Oh no, yes, I'm very well aware of how murder happy you guys are without me.
I'm squeezing water out of my tie from the sprinklers.
Literally share the picture to the group of Jack in the French maid outfit and Wildfire. Just
You guys are ridiculous. You didn't need to kill so many.
I have that picture too.
Yes.
I want to kick the door open and you just see this standing in the doorway.
You kick the door open and there is a man behind there, and he just all of a sudden he's really startled and goes, wait, don't hurt me. Who are you? He slowly starts to lean towards you. Kill switch. You can see he hasn't shaved in quite a while. It looks like his hair is kind of scruffy and messed up. He's wearing a lab coat.
I'm gonna immediately grab him by the collar and get very close. I'm gonna set my mask to modulate to the deepest Batman voice. I'm gonna say, "This money, how much do you owe?"
Well, about 8,000 million.
I look down at the food.
It was a simple job, really. They were just supposed to bring me that. And he points over, and in this like weird like glass, almost mechanical case, is what looks to be a cybernetic arm. It seems to be held up by a bunch of other contraptions, and it looks like it's been taken apart and opened up.
How many people do you do this to?
This was just the first.
How many people?
It's the first one. It's my first one. I needed it.
Are you guys in his bedroom?
Yep.
So I'm gonna start flashing images of the folders he had on all these multiple people on his computer screen.
Oh.
Turning him around.
Because I have backdoor access. I'm still admin.
You are. Yep. So you're flashing all these things up.
Freaking got him.
He looks back and says, Look, I know. I can explain it all. I really can. I can explain it all.
As he's saying that, I'm grabbing his neck and I'm slamming him up against the wall.
I listen. I needed Shadowrunners. I needed people like you. I need you.
How much?
And honestly, after you say, like, if you glare at him and say how much, that's where we're gonna end tonight's episode.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Wildfire burning up the entire apartment complex.
Incredible.
Wow. Yeah.
Which may or may not have played some reason why, Gearjumper decided to shoot through the door so the building didn't get burned down.
Woo, those of you that have been hanging out with us in chat tonight, thank you guys so much for sticking around with us. I'm sorry it went a little bit later tonight, but I knew we would want to get into a little bit of a combat scenario, and some of the roleplay at the beginning was too good just to skip through, so I'm gonna make sure we got that established. Thank you guys so much.
Saw a very different side of Kill Switch.
Yeah.
Saw the switch.
Yeah, we saw the button being pressed.
I'm sorry. My character was a pyromaniac.
No kidding.
Really?
No kidding. Really? I never would have guessed. Yeah.
Well,
I liked it because it kind of we kind of almost set it up that way. It was really good. It was super good. Anybody have any moments tonight that they really enjoyed, or something that stood out where you guys anything that you guys can think of that? I know we got to reference rules a lot with this game. It's just because we're just new at it. It just takes a while to learn, and there's a rule for everything. So it's kind of like, being able to quickly get to those is the difficult
I don't know.
part.
Them bonding over the Astral Jack was pretty good.
That was pretty good.
Astral Jack is.
Oh, are we touching him now? Okay. And he's like,
yeah.
you guys are enjoying this more than me. You have fun with that.
they held hands. Beautiful.
Thanks for jumping in, Stompstairs.
Hey, no problem.
Yay!
Pyromaniac.
Yeah, so, I mean,
It doesn't happen.
hey,
at all.
and Jamie, I'm sure there will be other opportunities for us to get Wildfire back in here, depending on everybody's schedules. There's always a time where somebody might have to skip a night. So
I would love to.
we'll get Wildfire back.
Hopefully I'm less destructive.
No, it'll probably be more destructive, let's be honest.
So everyone gets 4 karma for tonight's session. So you guys can put 4 karma onto your character sheet, so you guys can add that. Your edge will reset to normal. There is a heat and reputation table that I need to do at the end of the session. So,
Oh boy.
I wasn't even there. I didn't do anything.
You were doing a lot.
My
on the
reputation
pages.
definitely went down.
Heat and
We're already
reputation.
at a 1 reputation. We're not even that cool, you guys.
Is reputation good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Reputation is good, heat is bad. Our heat just went up like crazy, I'm sure.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well,
We have to go to pay and
heat,
spray.
the heat went up, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly. That's why I said no kidding.
Yep.
Can Wildfire take personal heat and we just have another separate team heat?
I mean, I did kill most of those people just on accident. Like, I completely
Roll
wasn't
modifiers.
expecting.
Here we go. I gotta roll for your heat. Let's see how we do.
I don't like it.
Killswitch pistoled somebody to the face.
Okay, good
Yeah.
news is I didn't roll high enough for your heat to automatically go up. But this session did involve intense violence. This session
Really?
This session did kind of involve
I took no
murder.
part in the violence, Michael. I was not there to take part in violence. I didn't do it.
Media session involved media coverage of their actions.
Not this
so
time.
Not this time.
No.
Yeah, not this time. That was last.
That was last time, yeah.
You guys gain 2 heat from tonight's session.
So we're at 4 already.
Oh. How do you lose heat?
Which,
You gotta die down
So
stage.
here are the heat effects on the heat effects table. If you're at a 4, that means law enforcement response times are cut by 25%. Now it seems like law enforcement is starting to get catch on to you guys a little bit. So you guys are going to start to feel a little bit of pressure.
Yep, it's gonna be great. Nothing is gonna go wrong at all.
I'm not even there.
Well, guys, thank you guys so much for sticking around with us tonight for episode 2 of Shadowrun. I wanted to mention before we go that our next episode of Shadowrun is actually not going to be on the first Friday of January. It is going to be on the second Friday of January because of holidays and people going out of town and things of that nature. So we are going to be on the second Friday of January for our Shadowrun campaign. So we're hoping that you guys will come and stick with us. If you're watching on YouTube, come watch us live. If you haven't followed or subscribed, please do. Help us support the channel to continue to grow.
There is a potential where me and Lip might be late that day.
Okay.
Maybe.
On
Maybe.
the second Friday? Okay.
Yeah, on the 10th. That's when he gets here. He's gonna be at my house.
I'll probably be sitting right there where all those mounds are.
Okay. Cool. If you Lip, so you're just going there then? I mean, we might be able to recommunicate and see if we can get it on a different
Yeah,
day.
if it ends up being on the first. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see.
We'll talk about it. We'll give that announcement out to everybody on Twitter and let you guys know when Shadowrun's going to be back. So until next time, guys, it's time to jack out of the Matrix for a little while and enjoy some time in the real world. But hey, in the meantime, don't forget to add that proficiency bonus. And we'll see you guys next time. Have a great one, guys.
Okay, love you, bye.
Bye.
Bye.